Y'all think the key to success is hard work? Or learning? Wrong. Success isn't earned, it's eaten. And nothing says success like gold. The new, delicious KFC Georgia Gold Chicken with its tangy honey mustard barbecue taste that says, hey world, I eat gold. New KFC Georgia Gold. It's finger-licking gold.
Hey, what's going on guys? The Broken Machine here. Today I've got a game with a couple of subs. I've been playing with you guys in the evenings now and then on PS4 and we'll be uploading them next week. Today though, this one is on Xbox. I'm not leaving PS4, just that in one of my streams recently, a few of you guys were asking me to join Xbox and you all went pretty mental with the donations. So here we are on Xbox as well. That stream, or well, those streams were just crazy, absolutely crazy. You guys know since I've been streaming, I don't sit there asking for donations, I just stream because I enjoy it. I was streaming for the whole of last year pretty much with Battlefield 4, and I think I got enough to purchase a server or two, and that was it, which is fine, that's absolutely awesome. You know, I do streams because I enjoy them. Donations are just a bonus and are very much appreciated, of course. So this is a live game with a couple of subs, my first ever game on Xbox, my first ever Xbox even, never had one, always been on PlayStation. The audio is a little bit low in places, so you may need to turn it up a little after I'm done speaking on this intro. Little rusty on the sticks, as you may have guessed. This is completely new to me. Of course I can aim with a controller, but the Xbox One is a little different. But I think you may be surprised at how well I do. So apologies for the low mic volume, but hopefully you'll enjoy this and I'll see you soon. Enjoy! Oh, lost the first gunfight, damn it. There's a guy up there. Yeah, he's up at the top behind you. He's in the window looking out.
Building across the middle?
Go straight up, you'll see it. Oh, there's another guy in the room as well, right in the corner on the right side. Did you get that guy? Nice. Thank you very much.
I did see
okay, let's not do terrible.
Can't go that way.
It's Charlie, maybe?
Yeah. I'm gonna push around.
Capture the objective!
Good idea. Oh.
That's an enemy shock troop!
Oh!
We are losing objective Edward.
Oh yeah, they're all across the street there.
I need some help.
Okay!
Really? Oh my god. Oh, this is not going well so far.
Whoa!
Bayonet's charged.
Oh,
that's
really
awful.
Objective Edward.
All the players there, and that guy Bayonet charged me. That's crazy.
Lost objective Duff.
Battlefield for you.
Yeah, there's... Yeah, it's hard now. There was an artillery
coming out!
Finally a kill, Jesus. Thought it was going to be one of those awful games.
Looks like he's backing up. Oh, shoot.
There's a scout!
Yeah, I'm going to the building beside C there.
Is this an American server? Is it Canadian server? Alright, that would explain
There
it.
actually is no Canadian servers.
Is it not? Oh.
No. Yeah, it kind of sucks.
We have lost
Alright,
objective
I'm going to
Freddy.
the bar.
Yeah, I'm about a second behind some of these people.
Oh, are you lagging?
No, not lagging, it's just the server is quite far away from where I live.
Oh.
I'm in the UK, so... Not a problem, it's all good.
In the UK?
Alright.
That accent?
What's wrong with my accent?
That's what I'm saying, that's the joke.
Alright, yeah. Yeah, a bit slow today. Not had much sleep. My bad.
Oh, there it
We are losing objective
is. That's what I like to see.
There's a guy below us here somewhere. Where is he?
We have
Oh.
lost objective Charlie.
Oh,
I've lost him.
came out of nowhere.
We have taken objective Edward.
Okay. Bravo, maybe?
That's objective.
Yeah.
Capture.
Sounds good to me.
Or we could flank him and get rid of him on Charlie. That would suit me more. Because... Oh my god. I'm so behind these players,
We
Jesus.
have taken objective Freddy.
It's quite a challenge, actually. It does feel like I'm about half a second behind him. Got a flank. Oh good, it doesn't matter. Get rid of this sniper there.
Down here.
Jesus, that was a lot of bullets. These grenades.
In the building below you.
Oh, really?
Hold on a sec, I'll jump on you.
I don't see him there.
Grenade out! Look like it.
No, I don't see
We
him.
have lost objective Duff.
He's on the flag. There you go.
Yep.
Any more? There you go. It's close. Outside the door. Left side.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. There's,
I think there might be some more on your right.
both directions. There, a medic just ran down the road, and there's a sniper still.
Got a sniper. I think we should go Charlie. I think Bravo's a bit messy. Couple of guys down this alleyway here.
No, we don't need.
These guys coming behind us? Gas or something.
Yeah, there was a medic there as soon as I.
Nice. Definitely people down these alleyways.
We have lost objective Edward.
Want to try and clear it out and then go for Charlie? Jesus, he's got behind you.
Oh, there's more.
There's two guys. Whoa. Promoted. Oh, there's another guy over there. Damn it.
Oh yeah.
Watch out behind you if you're still alive.
Need better reflexes.
We have lost objective Freddy.
Practice makes perfect. Do you want to spawn on this Keeler guy? Get Echo. No, get Charlie and then push. Oh no. You go on this guy in Bravo. Yeah, that's probably a
Whoa,
safer
that
bet.
was a bad spawn.
Where did you spawn?
Boy.
We have taken
Wow,
objective
this guy's
Edward.
Spawned in the
behind us
middle of a
here.
gunfight.
Got it.
We have taken
Oh, I got
objective
him.
Duff.
Eyes open! Shock trooper! That's an enemy medic!
Okay, my aim isn't that bad actually. Sorry about. Oh, I just got sniped. Ouch, that hurt.
Oh yeah, there's a sniper. There's two actually still down there.
Oh, grenade. Oh.
Yeah.
Any of you a medic?
We have taken objective
Our
Charlie.
squad's back at B again. Oh, we got Charlie, so that's good.
I'll spawn on you. Where are you? Oh, you are screwed.
Yeah.
Screw.
I just saw all those red dots.
Oh, that is nasty.
We are losing
They're
objective A.
coming from A side too. So.
Anxious.
That was like a 1v10 or something.
It's grenades
That
for
looked
them!
messy.
Look at you, little champions, tiny leaders of men.
It's tough. It's gonna be tough.
North of your position, I've spotted an enemy machine gunner.
Please, teammates, this is the problem with Battlefield, right? Nobody pushes up. It's gonna be like this all around now. God damn it! Come on, guys, you gotta push up the map.
Вижу вражеского пулеметчика! Бросаю гранату!
We've set the charge on objective Alpha.
Атаковать эту цель! Атаковать
Enemy
эту цель!
soldier west of where you currently are. Hey, soldier, where are you going? We need you over here. The charge on objective Alpha has been defused. We need to reset it.
Oh, what a miss that was! Oh, that's a terrible shot.
I have eyes on a hostile soldier, north of your location.
Stop bouncing into me, I'm trying to aim. Fuck.
Бросаю гранату! Вижу вражеского пулеметчика!
Charge is set on objective Alpha.
Come on, team.
Атаковать эту цель! Обнаружен вражеского солдата!
Oh, come on.
Обнаружен вражеский
I've spotted an enemy vehicle.
Oh, suddenly I can't hit a thing. "32 players on our team, and it feels like there's about 5 at any one point next to the objective." Yeah, literally, there's like 5 people on the objective there. Come on, team, push up the map.
Taken objective butter.
Capture the objective!
We have lost objective Duff.
along up the wing. Could not be filtered through. A strong play by Ekman Larsson. Loose puck. There was no getting through. The Sharks carrying on through the neutral zone. Scooped up by Tyler Seguin. Puck grab. They've got it ready. He's going to skate it on back now. And he gains the zone. He's in! Marvelous save by Smith. Takes that pass up the boards. That puck's loose, defended away by Ekman Larsson. He got in, and it's driven away again. Oh my, he's going to go after the goalie?
You don't do this, Doc. This is something that has to be answered.
A little under 5 minutes have passed. Still scoreless. Got possession. Free puck thanks to the roadblock. The Sharks wheel one ahead up the wing. Brought ahead towards center. The puck is free, now taken up by Kessel. Boy, what a save.
You don't get many better opportunities than that. Great save.
That save. The Americans control the play through the neutral zone. Jabbed away by Ryan Suter. Shoots. Give that goalie credit for another. And the possession taken by Taylor Hall. Lets it go. Deflected off the blocker. Moves behind the net. Poke checked away by PK Subban. Thinking attack here. A shot. Wonderful save. Possession taken up by Taylor Hall. Trying to take the heat off. They've iced it.
That shot should go into the net, but the goalie got just a piece of it, and it's enough to keep it out.
Good job tying the man up on the faceoff. Teammate comes in. Broke that play up at center. Oh, wonderful play. And that one turned aside. The Americans have it in their own end. Passing one off now to Marchand. Pitching it to Hall. Intercepted by Marchand. Chip to Scheifele. The poke check worked. Good place to shoot from, and he does. Great point-blank save.
You talk about cutting down the angle. Perfectly executed by the goaltender.
Puck collected. The Americans with possession up the wing. On. Good save there. Wonderful save. San Jose's in their own end, and they've got it. Gets in, looks over his options here. What a hit!
He was looking to knock him into the third row.
And another strong save. The Americans are moving the puck through the neutral zone. Takes it up that side. Shoots one. They can't find the target.
You have to give yourself a chance here. You cannot blow this puck past the net.
Play is stopped. There is a signal. We just wanted to see who it is he's taking off. The Sharks are getting a minor here, and the call is slashing. There's always a start to your power play night, and this is number one.
The key to their power play is to support all over the ice.
Absolutely. I think you're right, Eddie. Let's see what the team does here. Score! A short-handed goal!
Had some chances in this game. He finally scores on the backhand.
The butterflies become a default position for the goaltender, Edzo, and while the shot is nice, he's down in that butterfly position way too quickly.
San Jose's gotten the 1-0 lead. Finally, we get the first goal. Tied up, but a good reach and a good step in there for possession. Propelled to Skinner. And a good save there. Corral. One-timer. Puck settled down by Shea Weber. Into the attacking end. Puck loose. Good defensive positioning there. Clock has bled down to the last minute. The Americans in their own end ready in attack. San Jose's survived it. Back even. The puck is scooped up by Richards. Lugged out of the defensive zone. Rister! And he caught that one!
That's a prime scoring area. What a save.
The first 20 minutes are in the books. Only 1 goal scored, and 2 periods yet to go.
Willemins Recycling is a proud sponsor of tonight's game. Willemins Recycling recycles enough paper to save more than 41 million trees. If you'd like to know more about their services, check out the website.
Minutes in the books, 20 minutes ahead. Edzo, what did you think of the first?
The Americans are down in this game, Doc, and rightfully so. They did not manage the puck at all. If they want to get back in that game, they got to eliminate those turnovers.
Gains the blue line. Strong wrist shot. The Sharks controlling play now in their own end. Slid to Burns. Poke checked away by Foligno. Puck is seized by Richards. Big time save, big time shooter. Takes his pass from the goalie. And a loose puck taken by Richards. The Americans waiting back in their own end. Laid on to Zagan. Moving it to Tavares. That's a free puck thanks to the play by PK Subban. And possession once again by Ryan Suter. Nicely into the zone. Wanting to generate something up the wing. Oh, deflected away. That puck careened out of play over the glass. Didn't look like anybody got hurt there.
Smith's able to make an excellent stop here. That's a difficult scoring chance. The shooter thought he had him beat.
Just over 6 minutes have gone by in the second. San Jose's up in this game, 1-0. Good reach there. One-timer, pad save. Ooh, hard one there. A shot. Oh, missed the net. The Sharks are moving the puck in the defensive zone. Good quick poke check there. Fires a shot. Possession established on the pickup by Richards. And he retreats back from center ice. Puck fired down. Decision made. Defenders first. Icing. Possession established. Good reach there. Puck is thrown to Hall. And he steps in. Big chance. They score! San Jose's built a 2-0 lead, and the sky's the limit the way they've been playing. We have a winner. Into the end of attack. From the outside. Just got it at the last moment. Snaps it on goal. Oh, stick save. At the point with it. Pressure mounting here. Cruises in. He scores! 3 in a row!
Eric Stahl's stick was in a ready position, and he one-timed it past the goalie.
Smith's looking down, checking where this puck worked its way through. He stopped enough of it that it should be in front of him. However, it somehow squeaked through.
San Jose's got a 3-0 lead. They've had the puck almost the entire time. What's going on here? The Sharks control from the neutral
Scored
zone.
by number 12, Eric Stahl, assisted by number 92.
Gets in. What'll he do?
Hansen, and by number 55.
The Americans with possession along the boards.
11 minutes, 30
Puck loose, just a speed bump off the defense. Trying to go to Tatar. Gathered up again by Marchand. In their own end, keeps it going. And he gains the zone. Fires, just missed the net.
That's going to happen. There's not a lot of room there. He just missed the shot.
Moved along and in. Back near the blue line to Subban. Ahead on that left wing to Niederreiter. Good standing poke checked by PK Subban. And the puck is scooped up by Ryan Suter. Possession gained by Camilleri. And now it's directed to Carter. Good intercept. Gains the zone and looks over his options. That's a great save. The Sharks carrying on in the defensive zone. He's all alone. Skill play by Skinner. Loose puck regathered by Carter. Good stick there, so pass is not complete. What a tremendous bit of anticipation there. Play can continue because it didn't come out. Decides he wants the corner. Smith's able to step out and play it. Good job with the stick. That's 2 periods in the books. 1 more to go, but a rest comes first.
Are you looking to impress at your next group event? Then rent out one of our luxury boxes. With great views, waiter service, and free team merchandise, your time is now to reserve your seat in one of our extravagant luxury boxes. See our website for details.
Third period about to begin. The rear view mirror will help us with the first 2, and so will Edson.
The Americans are down as we get ready to start the third period. From my vantage point, Doc, they're lucky to still be in this game. They've turned the puck over way too many times.
Pitching this one to Skinner. A shot. Wonderful work in close and a brilliant save.
A missed opportunity from this close in.
Superb defensive play by Foligno. Good use of the stick. Broke that pass up. Seeks the corner. A whistle and a rest. Off the face-off, he ties his man up, and so the puck goes to his team. Gets across, looks over his options. Guarded the goal again. Shoots! Got it all!
That slight hesitation by the shooter allowed the goaltender to make a beautiful glove save.
Great chance here, 2-on-1. Waffle boarded. And the puck controlled by Taylor Hall. Dogged determination there by Malkin. He can start some danger here. That's the way to make him pay.
Just when he thought he had some open ice, he ran into a stop sign. That's got to hurt.
The breakaway. Brilliant save by Smith. Gathered in by Martinez. Up the wing, moving along. Wonderful poke check. The Americans in their own end in possession. Solid work defensively by Thornton. Shoots. Outstanding stop.
The shooter cannot believe he made that unbelievable save, and I can't either.
Directing that one to Kessel. No luck getting through. Puck loose. Shot. Hit the post with it. Looking to Richards. Huge hit. Shuts that offense right off. Didn't drag it very well there. Loose puck. The Sharks in possession as they travel in their own end. Pass attempt to Scheifele. Backhander to the net. Oh, and it's off the mark.
He was trying to be a little bit too fine there. That's why he missed the net.
Cut through the neutral zone, and they are in. Lets it go. Didn't have time, but he saved it anyway. Up the wing, making some headway. Referee over to the penalty box, and let's find out. San Jose's roster goes down by one here. At least briefly, a minor penalty for hooking.
This was okay about 10 years ago. Not anymore. That's a hooking call.
The Americans' power play gets another chance to operate. Hasn't been effective yet. Defensive zone win. The Sharks are moving the puck through the neutral zone. He's in. Goaltender is a long way from home now. Chip to Keith. Oh, he loses it. He tried to do too much. Shot on. Great glove save, but it's loose. Carried from the defensive zone towards center. Takes it right back. A shot. Great save, point blank.
A quick developing play right in front. Almost looks like he's too close to the goaltender.
And it's driven away. They score! Another short-handed goal. Do you believe these guys?
I think the power play unit was really surprised at how aggressive the penalty killers were on that, and they were able to capitalize with that goal.
And so the goalie thinks he's got this puck stopped. Look at how he reacts. He stops so much of it. He thinks it's in his equipment somewhere, but it trickles into the net.
Under 6 minutes to go in the third. San Jose's not done yet. The lead keeps widening. It's 4. Solid win at center ice. Now what? San Jose's done it. Back at full strength. In the defensive zone, pressing on. The Sharks ready in attack back in the defensive zone. Decides to skate it back toward his own end. Will hope a breakout occurs from behind the net. Terrific determination by Richards. Through center. It's an onside play. On to Thornton. No icing on the play. He won the race. Good job by Stastny. To Kessel. Shot. Ooh, what a break. Shot hit the man. Peary's looking to make a play from his own end towards center. Last minute of play. Blockered away.
1 minute left.
The Sharks are moving the puck in their own end. Onside. Propelled to Scheifele. Score! Hi, everyone, with Eddie Olczyk alongside and Ray Ferraro down at the ice. This is Mike Emery. The teams have taken to the ice, and it's setting up to be a terrific matchup. What do you think we should know about this one, Eddie?
Well, we have two teams that are intense, Doc, and they don't like each other very much, so stay tuned. I expect some fireworks here tonight.
The crowd's ready, we're ready, and we hope you're ready, because you're not going to have to wait long to see Alexander Ovechkin. If he stays to form, the defense at the other end is going to be busy tonight. And we're happy to have Ray Ferraro with us as well. He is down near the ice.
Oh, Doc, you know, you can't get too far into any matchup without discussing the goaltending, and that, of course, is going to have a great deal to do with who wins tonight's contest. But so much of the game is played in the small areas of the ice. You need puck support, you need to be physical, and then when you get puck support and puck possession, how quickly can you get it to a scoring area?
Okay, Ray, keep listening down there. One-timer, score! Aren't they?
What a beautiful pass to set up this one-timer.
Now, the goalie's in good position, Eddie, but you shoot it like that, you're not going to stop it.
The Americans have broken the tie. Perhaps they can build on this lead here in the first period. We have a winner. Gets in, looks over his options here.
By number 6, Shane Weber.
Puck is thrown to Mike Modano.
14 seconds.
Sets up Shaw. Shoots. Shot on. Oh, a close call there.
Here's one of those times where you look at the net and there's nothing there. That's where you just got to shoot for the center of the net.
The Americans lug that along up the wing. Breakaway chance. He scores. Just under 5 minutes played in the first. Just recently another goal, and so the lead is 2. Neutralized face-off win.
Shane Weber, time of the goal.
He's held up against the boards. Taken away. Skating with it now through neutral ice. The puck is free, now taken up by Patrice Bergeron. Save! Tripped up on the play, and there will be a penalty. Whistle blown, play stopped. The referee will hand out a penalty. The Americans suffer a tripping call.
He's got great stick positioning. Stick is on the ice, but unfortunately takes the skates out from under him.
Washington's opportunity on the power play is their first of this game. Let's see how they do.
They'll get an opportunity on their first power play of the game, trailing here.
Eddie, I'm with you on that. Power play beginning. Our reputations are at stake here. Good poke check by Kopitar. The Americans up the wing lug the puck. Breakaway! On to Pietrangelo. Moving it to Backstrom. And that one's chopped away. Skilled play by Kopitar. The Capitals lug that along in their own end. To Backstrom. Shot back down for an icing, and back it will come into their zone again. The Americans win it. The shot is off. Pietrangelo's got it in his own end, headed towards center. The Americans are back even. Continues on back a little farther. Puck collected by Niedermeyer. Good standing poke check by Eric Stahl. The Capitals are controlling in their own end. Gains the zone and looks over his options. Oh, what a save. The Americans control the play in the defensive zone. And they are in. Good standing poke check. Slices through the neutral zone. He's all alone. Gathered up again by Richards. Puck covered, whistle blown.
You can't ask much more from your goaltender than this. That's an excellent wrist shot that he's able to deny.
Over 7 minutes left to go in the period. The Americans have widened their lead. It's now 2 goals. Beat him on that one. He missed the net.
I don't see too many guys getting away and blocking that shot. That thing had some heat on it.
Lets it go. What a terrific save. Carlson's got it in the defensive zone, headed to center. Nicely into the zone. Oh, good chance here, but a terrific pad save. Passing one off now to Kane. Knocks it away with the stick. The Americans through the neutral zone, carrying on. Steps between the circles. He scores! That's 3 in a row. And they take that neutral zone face-off.
Time of the goal, 15.
Possession established on the pickup. Save! And a whistle. Solid, clean win. Points it. And the puck gathered in by Nicholas Lidstrom. Pass attempt to Stamkos. Snaps a wrister. They score! Steven Stamkos. And they've won the neutral zone faceoff.
By number 91, Steven.
Play to be made now by John Tavares. Not there!
Oh, man, he looked skyward after that shot. What a rocket he let go. He just missed the net.
And possession snapped up by Richards.
In the first period.
Has it back deep. Pitching this one to Ovechkin. Nice standing poke check by McDonough. Poke checked away. Period number 1 has ended. Both teams connected. The Riflemen have prevailed at least through 1 period. We'll see about 2. And the deficit at the start of the period will be 2.
Are you a super fan? Here's your chance to prove it. If you have the best decorated car or home, you could win ringside tickets to an upcoming game.
Middle period has just begun. Directing that one to Burry. Taken away.
The Americans have forced another turnover, Doc. They've done a real nice job in that category in this close game.
Fires, and another strong save. Good save there. Into the corner with that pass to Pavel Burry. That's a marvelous save.
A missed opportunity from this close in.
The Americans have it up the wing. Defender held his ground. Puck is loose. Good job with the stick. Good chance. Denied. Washington's continuing on up the wing. Poke checked away by Drew Doughty. Oh, and he is drilled.
Oh, he's been looking for that hit all night.
The Americans continue to probe up the wing. Block that one. Dogged determination there by Lidstrom. Looking to McDavid. Gets in. What'll he do? Jabbed away by Shea Weber. The Americans setting things up in their own end. Skated on back. Offside is called. Somebody got over anxious there. A little under 7 minutes are gone here in the second. The Americans have scored 3 of the 4 goals. And possession reestablished by Richards. And they've got it again. Chopped on. Loose puck taken by Richards. Good work with the stick. Onside. Brings a shot. Score! They're back to within 1.
Boy, I love how he put himself in a position to really get a lot on that shot. Where was the defensive zone coverage there?
Washington's trimmed the lead to just 1. And at the rate they've had the puck, it looks good for a top. Great move. One-timer. He missed the net.
Oh, that shot had a lot of steam on it. That just missed wide of the net.
Trying to go to Stamkos. Lets it go. That shot came from right in front.
Not a lot of room to score from in that area. Great save.
Hanging on to it through the neutral zone. Washington's getting to the neutral zone. A shot. Score! And this one is tied.
Stamkos gave the goaltender no time to react with that quick snapshot.
Anderson's in the butterfly trying to take away the percentages, but he doesn't cover the net.
Washington's got the game even up again. Still in the second period. Lots of time. Can't wait to see what happens now. They win the draw and will now set up an attack. Can he generate something from there? Superb defensive play by Carlson. He gains the zone. Drives to the crease. Can't get it on net. Taken on by Scott Niedermayer. The Capitals wheel one ahead up the wing. Good jab with the stick there. Decides to go back and see if his goalie's got any better ideas. What a hit!
These hits are going to start to take their toll as the game goes on. This has been a really physical period.
Takes a shot. Washington's in their own end and controlling the play. Guarded the goal again. Freezes play.
Routine stop for the goaltender. The shooter's going to have to do a much better job challenging him.
The draw, the tie. They score! Tavares! The Americans have taken a late second period lead in this one. That might change the conversation in the locker room at the Horn.
By number 91, John Tavares, assisted by number 18.
And the possession taken up by Ovechkin.
16 minutes,
Scooped up by Backstrom. Just a chop of the puck and it's out of the way. And the linesmen were watching very carefully. That is an offside. A good tie-up on the face-off. That led to his team getting the puck. One-timer. Wonderful block.
last minute of play.
Into the last minute of the second period. Lets it go. Got in the way of that one, too. Loose puck. Solid defensive play there. Washington's in possession as they travel in their own end. Oh, Pochek saved one there. That's 2 periods in the books. 1 more to go, but a rest comes first.
Just a reminder to always keep your eye on the puck. It can enter the seating area and cause serious injury.
40 minutes have been played. They are getting ready for the third period here. So take us back through the game. What do you think, Eddie?
Washington's down after the first 40 minutes of play. Couple of positives. One, they're only down by a goal. Second, time of possession has been in their favor, but at some point they have to convert some of those chances.
One-timer! McDonough is shaken up on the play, but he's gamely hanging in out there. The Americans with possession up the wing. He's in! Score! He's got his second of the game. Good help for the center. Lets a shot go.
1 minute, 34 seconds.
And the puck controlled by Richards. He's in on an onside play. Lets it go. Got a piece of that one. Washington's finding its way to center ice. That puck's loose. Deflected away by Madonna. The Americans are moving the puck in their own end. Still with it in the defensive zone. Boy, what reaction. He's got it again. Good work. He scores! 3 straight goals. Washington's got that one. Now what?
Shea Weber, assisted by number 27.
The Americans carrying it in their own end. And now it's directed to Kopitar. With a strong wrist shot. Gathered up again by Nicholas Lidstrom. Kane's got this one between the blue lines. And he steps across the line. Carried right up the middle of the ice. And he is reefed.
We saw him coming just at the last minute. He's able to spin off, but that's a big hit.
Breakaway! What a save by Anderson. The pass is off the mark. What a chance that would have been. Swung at and chipped away. And the puck now possessed by Carter. Moved along and in. Oh, great save there. Not much room to work, but he got a good shot away.
Terrific stop from right in front of the net, but you got to find a way to put the puck in the net.
Gonged away. Doughty's taken a stick up high. There'll be a penalty for this. Backstrom's going to the box for 2 minutes for high sticking. There's always a start to your power play night, and this is number 1. Nice face-off work. Knocked right off the stick. The Capitals shifting gears back in their own end. Terrific determination by Shea Weber. Oh, he loses it. He tried to do too much. Slides it to the point to Borg. Jabbed away by Eric Stahl. Up the wing and still with it. The breakaway goes right through him. Oh, score! Another terrific hockey night is ahead. Tonight's game is presented by Honda. Hi, everybody. With Eddie Olczyk and Ray Ferraro, I'm Mike Emmerich. Tonight, a great game that will keep you on the edge of your seat. But before we get started here, the thoughts of Eddie Olczyk.
I've been looking forward to this one for a while, Doc. Both of these teams have the ability to put the puck in the back of the net. Goaltending, as we know, could be the difference here.
Shook through great. One-timer. Oh, he had a great chance to shoot there, and he did, but it was answered by the glove. Nabbed by Shea Weber. In their own end, continuing. The Capitals continue to probe up the wing. Flips that wrist shot. Sticked away. Great job on a cut pass. Carried to the corner boards by Modano. Jabbed away by McDonough. Puck fired down. Decision made. Defenders first. Icing. I think it's time we hear from Ray Ferraro.
Oh, Doc, you know, you can't get too far into any matchup without discussing the goaltending, and that, of course, is going to have a great deal to do with who wins tonight's contest. But so much of the game is played in the small areas of the ice. You need puck support, you need to be physical, and then when you get puck support and puck possession, how quickly can you get it to a scoring area?
Thanks very much, Ray. He scores!
You always have to know where the puck is on the ice. Be ready, and he one-timed it in.
This barely changes direction after the goalie gets just a touch on it. Not enough to make the save.
Washington's lead is now 1. Lots of time remaining in this first period and in the rest of the game, of course, to try to build on it. Strong play on that faceoff. You have to be strong to hold that other guy off. Passing one off now to Kopitar. Sent out, and he'll make him chase it. Gains the zone. Big chance here. Acrobatic stop by Holtby. Clean win on the draw. Scott Niedermayer's got it in the defensive zone, headed to center. Moving it to Richards. Skill play by Stamkos. The Americans are moving the puck in their own end. One-timer. Oh, and he missed the net. Gathered up again by Stastny. Chip to Kopitar. Scooped up by Richards. The Capitals hopefully shifting from defense to offense in their own end. And it's lifted back out of trouble. Keeps it going behind the goal. Got that pass in the corner. And possession seized by Carlson. Puck loose, just a speed bump off the defense. Oh, and he is drilled.
Better get your head up. That's a solid hit that he had to take there.
Pass attempt to Kane. Terrific open ice hit. The defense can rest. Carried from the defensive zone into the attacking end. That's a good solid hit. He'll feel that one. And it's driven away. Trying to go to Pavel Bure. Onside. Terrific breakup of the odd man rush. Stared him down and made the save.
The goalie makes himself look big.
Over 5 minutes to be played here in the first. It's a 1-0 game. The Americans with a face-off win. Loose puck, the defense was in the way. Washington starting from their own zone. Smart recovery by Steven Stamkos. He gains the zone. Still with it through neutral ice. Good job with the stick. Loose puck brought in by Mike Modano. And in flight over the line. Good poke check by Carlson. Washington's got possession in their own end. Drops on back behind his own net. Knocked right off the stick. Neutral zone carry by Kane. Takes it right back. Inside the final minute. Those cursed goals in the final minute. Will we see one here? Forcing the goalie to crane left and then right. A wonderful shot answered quickly.
Terrific stop from right in front of the net, but you got to find a way to put the puck in the net.
And that's one period. Still 2 more to go. Washington's got the only goal in this one thus far.
Be sure to attend our Ottawa Light Truck Show next weekend and get a sneak peek at next year's models from the world's top automobile manufacturers.
We have begun the second period. Really good move. The Americans controlling play now in their own end. And he's still got that puck up the wing. Jabbed away by Ovechkin. On to Backstrom. Gets in. What'll he do? Good shooting place. Didn't handle it very well. Free puck. They win it. Fires. Harrimed off the mask.
That puck hit him in the mask.
That hits somebody. Collected now. Washington's carrying it on through the area between the blue lines. Cleared out, and that forces them to drop back. And he steps across the line. Big time save, big time shooter. Gets in, what'll he do? That's the end. Good work by Ray Bourque. The breakaway. Are we getting one? Yes, a penalty shot.
Well, the defensive player was trying to go for the puck on this breakaway opportunity, but clearly does not get the puck. It's all skates. We got ourselves a penalty shot. Oh, you miss an opportunity like that. You better not be in a hurry to get back to that bench.
Quick work on the faceoff. Can't get it on net.
He was trying to be a little bit too fine.
Score! He's got his second. Capitals have now enlarged their lead to 2-0. At the rate they're going in this game, they might make it 3 fast.
Scored by number 9, assisted by number 18.
Not a long pass, but effective. He's got it.
77. Waiting for time of the goal.
Superb defensive play by Drew Doughty. The Americans continue on at center. Shoots one. Blocked that one. But covered, whistle blown.
Holtby's made a textbook stop here. He's in good shape positionally. He makes the save, and he makes it look really easy.
Good job tying the man up on the faceoff. Teammate comes in. Gets across, looks over his options. And possession once again by Pavel Bure. The Capitals in their own end have control of the puck. Pitching it to Backstrom. Offside stops the clock. Over 9 minutes have elapsed here in the second. The Capitals just added some insurance to make this a 2-goal lead. Oh, wonderful play. Couldn't get through. Puck loose, denied by the defense. And angled. Oh, poke check, saved one there. Turned right away with the poke check by Richards. Good intercept. Taken toward the neutral zone. Gains the zone and looks over his options. Turned aside another with the blocker. The Capitals are skating it back in their own end. Turns around back in his own end to try and get something better. Cleared back along and out of harm's way. Pushing it on through the neutral zone. Puck now possessed by Carlson. Up against the glass right now. Puck is thrown to McDavid. He's in on an onside play. He's got it. And he's all alone. Oh, tremendous stop by Holtby. Looking to McDavid. Drives to the net. Great point-blank save.
You don't get many better opportunities than that. Great save.
Flings it. Oh, and it's off the mark.
That's going to happen. There's not a lot of room there. He just missed the shot.
And we get a penalty. Referee to the table, a player to the box. The Capitals are boxed for 2 minutes. The call is slashing.
Oh, that's a blatant slash, Doc. Anytime that you slide your bottom hand up your stick and swing your stick, you're going to the box.
And so begins power play number 1. Let's see if it's power play goal number 1.
One of the best power plays in the league gets an opportunity at a huge time being down.
I sure agree, Eddie. We're expecting that to happen here. Let's see if it does. The Capitals in possession as they travel in their own end. Decides the better of it and will wait for now. Nicely into the zone. Shoots one. That hit somebody. The Americans up the wing lug the puck. That puck's loose, went off someone. Steered ahead by Bourque. Takes it to the corner. Turned on net. Point blank save.
A quick developing play right in front. Almost looks like he's too close to the goaltender.
The Capitals prevail again. Washington's back to full strength. They've killed off the penalty.
In the second period.
Possession gained by Kopitar. Intercepted by Alex Pietrangelo. Washington's in their own end, continuing on. And they got it out of there. That's 2 periods in the books. 1 more to go, but a rest comes first.
Which one of your team players has the hardest shot? Who do you think is the fastest skater? We'll answer all of those questions at our skills competition. For tickets to one of the most exciting competitions this season, check our website out or call us here at the stadium.
Opening face-off of the third period. Pointed to Bergeron. Terrific save. He scores! Bergeron!
Bergeron's roof tickler goes in from the high slot.
Enzo, this has to be frustrating. You're in front of the puck, you feel it hit you, and you assume it's in front of you somewhere. However, this one's in the back of the net.
Grabbed, the two centermen tied up, but there was a good reach there.
Assisted by number
Moved along and in.
by number 18.
Back near the blue line to Pietrangelo. Oh, what a break. That shot hit somebody. Outstanding save. Just on reputation, you can smell a goal there. Lets it go. And another strong save. Held there for a face-off coming up next. Good clean win on the draw. Score! He got the post with that one. A little under 3 minutes played here in the third. Washington's up against it here. Their lead has vanished. They've got the draw. Gains the zone.
Assisted by number 91.
Sets up shot.
Sagan. Time of the goal, 2 minutes, 41 seconds.
Possession once again by Nicholas Lidstrom. And the puck now possessed by McDonough. Lets it go. And he missed the net.
He only had one option. That was to go to the backhand, but he just missed the net.
A shot. He scores! Curry! Washington's broken the tie here in the third period. Let's see what happens before time expires. Good job on that face-off, tying the man out. Loose puck knocked away by Bourque. Held to Backstrom. That's a good solid poke check. Shoots one. Nearly grazed the iron on that. Great job slipping on by. Puck controlled by Shea Weber. And it's turned aside. Gets a little drop off from the goalie here. The Capitals in their own end lug that puck along. And play stopped because of an offside. The Capitals control from the neutral zone. Snapping a pass to Stamkos with a strong wrist shot. He scores! 2 straight goals!
Stamkos worked extremely hard to get 2 chances. He scored on a second one.
Well, sometimes you just have to say that's a great move. Both once on the forward, once on the goaltender.
We have a winner.
Scored by number 9.
Puck free, ricocheted off a defender.
Assisted by number 9.
And goes back a little further, hoping to gain ground.
Time of the goal.
The pass is off the mark. What a chance that would have been. The Americans control the play in their own end. Gets in, looks over his options here. Score! They're back to within 1. The Americans are now back to within 1 with the scoring of that goal. And there's plenty of time for one more goal in the third. Off the face-off, he ties his man up, and so the puck goes to his team.
Time of the goal, 10 minutes.
Ooh, a dangerous play made by the goaltender, but he's got it. And he steps in to the slot, and it's driven away again. Just a backhand, not through. McDavid's tripped, and a penalty should be coming. The Capitals organizing back in their own end. Loose puck, the defense got in the way there. Goalie to the bench on the delayed call. Extra man is out. Laid on to Bourque. One team is going to be short from this. Let's see what the call is. It's a tripping minor. Washington's initial attempt on the power play.
Penalty to number 91, Tyler.
Big face-off win.
2 minutes for tripping. Time of the penalty.
Puck is seized by Bergeron. Kopitar's lugging it in his own end, headed northward. The Capitals have it in their own end. Gathered up again by Alexander Ovechkin. And he continues with it at center ice. The Americans carrying it on in neutral ice. Gains the blue line. Wonderful poke check. Wonderful save. He was hovering right over him.
A missed opportunity from this close in.
Washington's in their own end and in control of the puck. The Americans with a big penalty kill. Magnificent defensive poke check. Snapped off a wrist shot. Off his glove. Collected by Ovechkin. Turned aside. The Americans are carrying it in their own zone. Continuing through neutral ice. Turn the wrist shot. Wonderful stuff by Holtby. Two guys together with force. Big force.
They saw him coming just at the last minute. He's able to spin off, but that's a big hit.
Wrist shot. Save. Took it up the boards and holds. Oh, and it's a penalty coming. Very important time to have a minor penalty call. And so special teams become important. The Americans' power play gets another chance to operate. Hasn't been effective yet. Washington's got a face-off win. Nearing the final minute of regulation. Oh, what a terrific save in close.
You want to score goals, you have to go to this area.
Through the corner. That one blocked. And there's a delayed penalty call. Whistle blown, play stopped. The referee will hand out a penalty. Sagan's got a minor penalty. He'll sit 2 minutes for high sticking. The Americans lugged that along in their own end. Could not be filtered through. A strong play by Patrice Bergeron. Passed in the corner to Backstrom. Terrific pass, but a terrific hit. 32 to go. Picked up by the defense. 28 showing on that clock. 25 seconds remaining. Solid work there by McDonough. Puck is grabbed by Shea Weber. It's an onside play. Wrist shot. That is a shot that went way wide.
Oh, you miss an opportunity like that, you better not be in a hurry to get back to that bench.
The horn sounds and the game is over. Washington's emerged with the victory here. But boy, if you look at the statistics on the night, the one thing that was really odd was the time that they had the puck.
It was like a game of keep away. They had it all night long. They should have won by way more than they did.
Hi everyone, another terrific hockey night is ahead. Tonight's game is sponsored by Honda. The teams are ready and so are we. We have just started the game. Gets in, looks over his options here. Walking a thin line near the border there. And possession once again by Kruger. Gathered up again by Shea Weber. Score! Shea Weber! The Americans on the road have picked up the all-important first goal. They've won the face-off. Gets in and he'll look over his options. And possession has changed. Brilliant move on that pass. Jabbed away by Miller. A shot, great glove save. He covers and a face-off will follow.
I don't know how the shooter can do much more than that. The goaltender made an excellent save on a great bid for goal.
Off the face-off, he ties his man up, and so the puck goes to his team.
Well, the shooter's pretty disappointed, guys. He delivered that puck quickly. It was accurate, yet the goaltender was just better than him on the wrist shot.
A little under 4 minutes played here in the first. It's a 1-0 game. Chicago's got a defensive zone win. Propelled to Bolesky. Loose puck blocked off by Drew Doughty. Oh, wonderful play! The Americans move to center ice. Gets in. What'll he do? Point blank save.
Not a lot of room to score from in that area. Great save.
Broke that play up at center. Flips a wrister. Great save. Slid to Strome. Brings a shot. Oh, and he missed the net.
In this situation, you have to hit the net. Sometimes it's best just to fire it right at the goaltender.
No team worth its name is going to let that go. The draw, the tie-up, and his team prevails. Knocked right off the stick. The Blackhawks in their own end setting things up. And he gains the zone. Chicago's finding its way to center ice. Gains the zone and looks over his options. Two sticks together, they cancel. To White. The Americans lug that along up the wing. Lets it go. Blockered away. Moves up the wing. 2-on-1. Shooting. Blocked away. The Americans continue on in the defensive zone. Good standing poke check by Russell. It's an onside play. Terrific open ice hit. The defense can rest.
Thought he had 10 feet of clean ice. He only had 5. There's the stop sign.
He's in! He scores! Stahl!
He had that look of no doubt he was going to score on that breakaway.
And so we can't get the blocker up quick enough. The hole up over his stick side shoulder is too big. The puck finds its way in.
The Blackhawks got that face-off win. Now what? And he steps across the line. Lets it go. And another strong save. The Americans in their own end have control of the puck. Gets across, looks over his options. Terrific poke check to break up that odd man rush. Possession seized by Russell. To Smith-Pelly. Superb defensive play by Stastny. Trying to go to Carter. Puck grab, they're ready to go. Chipped away by Stone. The Blackhawks have it between the blue lines. It all alone! Collected by Kruger. Terrific interception. To Smith-Pelly. One into another. Nearing the 20th minute of this period. The Blackhawks in their own end in possession. Nice poke check by Kruger. And this play is whistled. Oh, he'll pay for that. And so out of that, to no one's surprise, we're going to have a scrap.
He was looking for some attention, and he's going to get it.
Man, that was decisive.
I don't know why he would have taken that on. Oof, too much.
Much safer up here with you, Doc, in the booth. 5 minutes for fighting for those guys.
Tie-up and help from the winger.
5-minute major for fighting.
Let's go a wrist shot. Great opportunity denied.
Time of the penalties. 19 minutes, 24 seconds.
First period has come to a close. A hard-working period. They deserve a rest, and now they get one. A pair of pucks entered the net in that period, both from the same set of sticks. It's 2-0.
Food and ice-cold beverages. Now's your chance to join us at one of
The Americans end the period with a 2-goal advantage. We focus on this one, the one that made it 2 goals, and we'll have more in just a moment. Puck dropped and the clock moving in the second period. Nice poke check by Kruger. The defense was in the way. Loose puck. The Americans in their own end in possession as they travel. Into the end of attack. That shot hit a man. Great job on a cut pass. Wrist shot. Outstanding stop.
Oh, that's a prime scoring area. What a stop.
The Americans have it up the wing. Moves behind the net. He pinned him to the glass. Terrific determination by Miller. Has it back deep. And he is shooting. Not through. He scores! That's 3 unanswered goals. The Americans have scored yet again, and their lead gets bigger. They are doing very well on the shot board, too. Chicago's got it off the draw at center.
Mike Richards, assisted by number 91, Sean.
Loose puck regathered by Carlson.
4 minutes, 2 seconds.
Puck free, roadblock by Bolesky. Nice standing poke check by Stamkos. Pitching it to Strome. Really good move. shot. Got in front of another one.
A quick developing play right in front. Almost looks like he's too close to the goaltender.
Off a defender, that's a free puck. Looking for room. Oh, and a save.
Great pressure there, Doc. I thought for sure there was going to be a goal.
The shooter thought he'd made a pretty good shot here, but the goaltender's in good shape. He makes the stop, and he's able to deny the shooter on what he thought was an excellent chance.
Over 7 minutes off the clock. The Americans just keep building on that earlier lead. Their advantage is 3. Pressing on with it in their own end. Moving it to Carter. He is shut right off.
I wonder if that hit will change the momentum of this game.
A shot right at the net, and he got his pad on it. It's off his pad. Scooped up by Carter. Marvelous save. No time on that one.
Incredible non-stop action, Doc. Now we got a face-off.
1 time or 10 times, you're playing with fire when you give up odd man rushes.
Tie up there and a good reach and possession. Carries it to the corner. 2 guys together with force. Big force.
Desjardins understanding his role, Doc, with that big hit. He hasn't had many of those here tonight. That might change the momentum in this game.
Carried toward the neutral zone. Loose puck brought in by McCulloch. The Americans wheel one ahead up the wing. Puck is thrown to McCulloch. The poke check worked. Onside. That's a good solid poke check. The Americans are lugging it back through the defensive end. Solid work defensively by Hickey. Good place to shoot from. Terrific hand-eye. The Americans lug that along in the defensive zone. And in flight over the line. Great point-blank save.
With this puck being so close to net, this is all a reactionary save.
Kopitar's tripped and a penalty should be coming. Play is stopped, and now we'll hear the call. Russell's headed to the penalty box, a minor for tripping. And so begins power play number 1. Let's see if it's power play goal number 1. Miller's got it on his stick, trying to clear. Cleared back out. This will force him to drop back a lot. Gets in. What'll he do? And he's all alone. Wonderful save. And he'll hold on. Just a hair over 4 minutes to go in the period. The Americans have built on their earlier 2-goal lead. Their advantage is now 3. They shot it back down. Now they can get ready for another rush. The puck is fielded now by Bolesky. Snapped it off. Didn't miss by much. Moved along and in. Oh, what a break. That shot hit somebody. Chicago's shifting gears as they travel through center ice. Perfect centering pass. The Blackhawks have killed it off. The pass is off the mark. What a chance that would have been. Marvelous save. A great chance was no chance.
Routine stop for the goaltender. The shooter's going to have to do a much better job challenging him.
Blackhawks prevailing on the faceoff. Fires. Marvelous save by Anderson.
Wow, that was a reactionary save.
Boy, what reaction. He's got it again. Good work by Tyler Seguin.
Last minute of play.
The drama heightens in this final minute of the second period. The Blackhawks control the play in their own end. Terrific charging down the ice. He won the race. Play continues. Poke checked away by John Tavares. A wonderful save, and that just beat the clock too. That's 2 periods in the books. 1 more to go, but a rest comes first.
Present your ticket stub from tonight's game and receive up to 10% off Huntsville Burgers Family Restaurant.
Chicago's goaltender has had one of those nights, and so this score is lopsided, and we will return after he gets a rest and these words. Two teams have played hard through two, and we begin period 3. He's in on an onside play. Slides it to the point to Russell. Turned right away with the poke check by McDonough. He is slashed, and there'll be a penalty for that. Nice job, straight stand-up poke check. And we get a penalty here. The referee strides over to hand it out. The Blackhawks have taken a slashing minor here. The Americans' power play gets another chance to operate. Hasn't been effective yet. Outstanding save. What magic to even get the shot away.
You want to score goals, you have to go to this area. You got to find a way to put it in the net.
Snaps a wrister. Oh, great cut. Blackhawks continue to probe up the wing. And he gains the zone. Snaps off a wrist shot. Score! A power play goal! A little under 3 minutes skated here in the third. You can see momentum in this game. It has shifted, and it is expanding even more. The advantage is 4 goals. The Americans starting back in their own end. 2 sticks together, it goes to the offense. Puck is grabbed by Sagan. Keeps it going along the boards. Skill play by Tyler Sagan. Laid on to Kruger. Chicago's on the move in neutral ice. Nicely into the zone. Back behind while players change. Chip to Tavares. Snaps a wrist shot. Solid glove save. Score! Strong play on that faceoff. You have to be strong to hold that other guy off.
6 minutes, 17.
The Americans through the neutral zone lug the puck. Good poke check by Miller. On to Tutu. Gains the blue line. Oh, did he ever get mashed?
We saw him coming just at the last minute. He's able to spin off, but that's a big hit.
Weber's tripped up. That should be a penalty. Scooped up by McDonough. And he's tripped, and there'll be a penalty. Penalty call coming. Watch for his signal here. And another penalty coming. If we have a slew, what's one more? Oh, that one hit someone on the way. Outstanding save.
Oh, the goalie was screened on that shot. You got to rely on your positioning to make that save.
We have a winner. Possession once again by White. Tripped up on the play, and there will be a penalty. And play is stopped for a penalty. White's going to the box, and the call is tripping. Every game presents a fork-in-the-road opportunity, and this is it. It's a long 5-on-3 power play, and it begins now.
9 minutes, 29 seconds.
And here's Ray.
Weber's been like a one-man demolition crew. He has been so physical all over the ice.
That's good, Ray. I think he sure has his fans out there. Nice face-off work. Snapping a pass to McCulloch. And he pitches it back in. Net empty! Terrific opportunity, but it's off the mark. Kopitar's tripped, and a penalty should be coming. Referee over to the penalty box, and let's find out. Chicago's been assessed a minor penalty. 2 minutes, and the call is tripping.
2 minutes for tripping.
Bounced off the boards to Eric Stahl.
19 seconds.
What a strong wrist shot. Score! A power play goal. The Americans with a win at center.
Power play by number 12.
The puck is free, now taken up by Shea Weber.
Number 91, John Tavares, and by number 37, Patrice.
He gains the zone. A breakaway. And he got that one. In their own end, continuing. Good work with the stick. Oh, and the pass wouldn't go. Oh, and a great block of the puck. Snapped off a wrist shot. One-timer. They score! What a power play these guys have. A little over 8 minutes remaining in the period. The Americans just keep hammering away on offense. They're winning going away. Into the attacking end. Hatchets one. No! Gotta get it on net.
He hammered that puck. It just went over the net.
That hit somebody. Solid work there by Doughty. Speared along by Carter. The Americans through the neutral zone continue on. Gathered up again by Hickey. Could this be icing? And it will be based on the defense arriving first. And yet again, here is Ray Ferraro.
Weber's really juiced up his bench now. They've played well, but after he won that fight, it's like they...
Wow, and somebody's crossed the line here. I think he knows what might happen.
Well, when you cross the line like that, you better be ready to get involved.
Delayed penalty call. Blocked. Goalie to the bench. Substitution made. Chopped at by Paul Stastny. Dropped on back further. The Americans lug the puck in center ice. Play is stopped. There is a signal. We just wanted to see who it is he's taking off. The Blackhawks get 2 minutes up on the penalty clock for interference. You can just see the confidence when it... Score! It's another power play goal. A face-off win. Let's see what develops.
Tyler Seguin, assisted by number 18, Mike Richards.
Poke checked away by McDonough.
16 minutes, 24 seconds.
Looking from the blue line. The Blackhawks shifting gears back in their own end. Carried out of his own end towards center ice. Defender held his ground. Puck is loose. Pass attempt to White. Nicely into the zone.
1 minute left.
So we're into the last minute. All is academic here. Oh, and they've got an odd man rush here. And he's tripped, and there'll be a penalty. Russell's going to the box. A player hit the ice, and the call on them is tripping. Good reach there. The Blackhawks in their own end controlling the play. Shutout positioning by Carter. Good work with the stick by Stone. Sagan's taking a stick up high. There'll be a penalty for this. Chicago's getting a penalty for high sticking. 2 minutes. Good job on the draw. The Blackhawks in possession as they travel in their own end.
The penalty, 19 minutes, 24 seconds.
Gotten quickly back. Kicked out of the scrum. Steps between the circles. What a save.
Terrific stop from right in front of the net, but you gotta find a way to put the puck in the net.
That's turned aside. And he is reefed.
He's trying to wake his team up with that hit.
At the point with it, looks for room. Save. 2 seconds and 1. Goalie to the bench, extra attacker out. And that's the end of the game. Well played. The game is over, a lopsided victory. I look at the shots and wonder if they didn't count in the warm-up.
No hesitation at all, and the thought process is what it should be. Shoot the puck.
everyone. Another terrific hockey night is ahead. Tonight's game is sponsored by Honda. Good evening, everyone. With Ray Ferraro downstairs and Eddie Olczyk upstairs with me, I'm Mike Emery. The teams have taken to the ice, and it's setting up to be a terrific matchup. Your thoughts, Eddie, on what we might see here?
I've been looking forward to this one for a while, Doc. Both of these teams have the ability to put the puck in the back of the net. Goaltending, as we know, could be the difference here.
We have a thrilling evening of hockey ahead. We have just begun. With Eddie Olczyk and Ray Ferraro, I'm Mike Emery. Two sticks together, it goes to the offense. Shoots one. That one came closer to the Zamboni doors.
Oh, you miss an opportunity like that. You better not be in a hurry to get back to that bench.
And he is reefed.
You got to keep your head up there.
Poke checked away by Doughty. Gathered in by Richards. Gets across, looks over his options. Ekman Larsson's got it in his own end, headed towards center. Possession seized by Richards. A shot, blockered away. Two sticks together, they cancel. Shutout positioning by Shea Weber. Up that right side to Richards. Tripped up on the play, and there will be a penalty. Ristolainen's going to the box. It's a tripping minor.
No, this is a tough call. He was trying to play the puck, but he tripped up the attacking player.
And so begins power play number one. Let's see if it's power play goal number one. Solid, clean win.
The key to their power play is the support all over the ice.
Absolutely. I think you're right, Eddie. Let's see what the team does here. Just missed the net with that one.
I know what he's trying to do there, Doc, but you got to hit the net in this situation.
Possession taken by Patrice Bergeron. The Americans are starting back in the defensive zone, trying to go to Stamkos. Turned right away with the poke check by PK Subban. He gains the zone. Breakaway chance! Outstanding save. What magic to even get the shot away.
A missed opportunity from this close in.
Score! What an impressive goal, shorthanded.
Got to get to this area of the ice.
The passer recognizes that he's got to get the puck up in the air, but he displays sweet hands as it goes just over the stick and lands flat on the ice.
G's lead is now 1. Lots of time remaining in this first period and in the rest of the game, of course, to try to build on. Off the face-off, he ties his man up, and so the puck goes to his team. Got his stick on it. G's have killed it all. LA's carrying it in their own end. And he's hammered.
That was a major league collision.
Possession taken up by Stamkos. Gathered up again by Shea Weber. Brings a shot. Point blank save.
With this puck being so close to net, this is all a reactionary save.
Great take. Dangerous area. Got it all.
Now that's a quick glove.
Shoots one. Save. The puck is scooped up by Eric Stahl. Now it's directed to Stastny. He's in on an onside play. Directed on. They score!
Generate offensive opportunities, you have to get inside the face-off dots. You got to find those soft spots in the defense in order to generate and score goals like that.
The goaltender's disappointed here. He gave everything he had on that, just not able to get across to stop it.
Over 9 minutes to be played here in the first. Just recently another goal, and so the lead is 2. He helps his team make progress with that bounce pass. He's in! Goal! 3 in a row! They've won the faceoff. And he steps in. Terrific hand-eye. Oh, a save there. And he freezes for the whistle.
31 seconds.
Strong play on that faceoff. You have to be strong to hold that other guy off. Possession reestablished by John Tavares. Pass attempt to Gaudreau. Gains the zone and looks over his options. Good poke check by McDonough. Blue line control. Oh, what a break. That shot hit somebody. And he's all alone. Marvelous save by Leonard. And he steps across the line. He is shut right off.
I love his effort, even though they're down big in this game.
Blocked away. To Richards. Got his glove on it. Keeps it going back behind the net. Hatchets one. Ooh, what a break. Shot hit the man. Wonderful stop.
Not a lot of room to score from in that area. Great save.
Wristed one. Terrific save. Good quick poke check there. Pitching it to Gaudreau. An outstanding pad save. The Americans looking to head man up the wing. Shoots. Guarded the goal again. Good work with the stick. Hanging on to it in their own end. Inside the final minute of play. Passing one off now to Gaudreau. And that's an offside. Cheese from the neutral zone start to work. Onside, strong play, good reach. He knifed it away. Trying hard to get it out of the zone. 20 minutes have been played so far. One coach won't need to say much. The other will say plenty.
Fans, tonight the home team blimp is dropping $50 gift certificates to Delman's, proud sponsor of tonight's game. With 70 stores and 14 restaurants, Delman's has it all.
Period number 2 is underway in a bit of a lopsided game. Puck free, roadblock by Shea Weber. Moves to the corner. One into another. Oh, what a move! Los Angeles continues on in their own end. Puck is thrown to Richards. Gains the zone. Offside, stops the clock.
Unfortunately for the puck carrier here, Doc, he skated right into this massive collision.
And that's a face-off win. Jabbed away by Richards. Loose puck, there was no getting through. A loose puck taken by Richards. Jabbed away by Steven Stamkos. One-timer! Oh, what a terrific save in close.
Seems like he was in too tight on the goaltender.
The Americans are moving the puck through the neutral zone. Dogged determination there. Ah, that's a good pad save. Kopitar's tripped up. That should be a penalty. And play is stopped for a penalty. Arvidsson's headed to the penalty box. A minor for tripping. The Americans' power play gets another chance to operate. Hasn't been effective yet. Loose puck regathered by Carter. Gets in. What'll he do? Puck controlled by Sagan. Shoots. They score! They only trail by a pair.
surprised with the wrist shot. Get the goaltender in between. It's not how hard you shoot it, it's how quick you release it. And that was a quick release.
Leonard's trying to cover the bottom of the net, but the puck beats him anyway.
The Americans have closed the gap to 2, and here in the second period, there's lots more time left in the game. Tied up, but a good reach and a good step in. Score! Off!
The lane was open to wrist the puck towards the net, and somehow it beat the goaltender.
Leonard's not going to be happy with this. He doesn't even move on this shot because he thinks he's in good position, but it hits the inside of the post and goes in.
The Americans have gotten back to within 1. Loads of time left in the game. We're in the second period. Solid win at center ice. Now what? Could not be filtered through. A strong play by Carlson. Puck is picked up by McDonough.
27 seconds.
It's an onside play. That's the way to make them pay.
Well, that big hit's going to really excite the crowd.
Long lead pass to Subban. Good standing poke check by Bergeron. Another solid pad save. Turned a shot on net. He scores! Subban! Cheese have built a 2-goal lead now. Perhaps on this faceoff they can make it 3 before the end of the second period, at least. And they are in. Big drive! Great opportunity denied. Directing that one to Stastny. Nicely into the zone. And they've got it again. Moving it to McKinnon. That's a good solid poke check. That's a marvelous save. Score! Wait, no goal! No goal!
Cheese are celebrating on the bench, but they're going to review this, guys. Did he shove this in with his glove, or does it just bounce off him? A lot of murmuring throughout the crowd, Doc, as that reviewed goal is now signaled a good one. The crowd jumps to their feet.
Los Angeles has rolled onto a large score here and a large advantage in time of possession. Cheese control from the faceoff. Moved along and in.
Number 63, Brad Marchand. And by number 38, Victor Arvidsson.
Takes that pass from the other point.
13 seconds.
LA's in their own end and carrying it on. Decides to curl back a little further. We'll hope a breakout occurs from behind the net. Looking to Arvidsson. Hung right over him and couldn't get it past.
You don't get many better opportunities than that. Great save.
And he goes into semi-Beauregard's retreat. Remember the Civil War? No? Couldn't get through there. LA's back in its own end, trying to work forward. Enormous collision.
They saw him coming just at the last minute, is able to spin off, but that's a big hit.
Cheese lugged that along in the defensive zone. Decides to go back to his own end to try and get out. He goes back now behind his own net. Up against the glass right now. LA's recoiling back in their own end. Players tired, about to get a rest as we go late into the second period. He's in his own end of the ice now, and what's up? Still with it in the defensive zone. Into the attacking end. And that pass to the point messed up, so everyone has to get back on side. Puck's loose. The roadblock got in the way. That's 2 periods in the books. 1 more to go, but a rest comes first.
Now's your chance to play clean. Drop your plastic cups, bottles, and clean paper products in the recycling bins throughout the arena. Thank you, fans, for joining us in the campaign to save energy.
Chiefs, on the strength of this goal, have bolstered their lead. More coming up in just a moment. It is the 3rd period, the regulation time period, and we are underway. Loose puck captured by Ekman Larson. Can't seem to find a play there, so he'll go back and reset. He regroups, looking for help. Will turn back into his own end and look over his options. Snapping a pass to Gaudreau. Solid rub out. No out of bounds in this sport.
You play along the boards, that's bound to happen.
Pitching this one to Richards. Trying to go to Gaudreau. That puck's loose, deflected away by Stamkos. Gets in, what'll he do? Los Angeles controls it in their own zone. He's right in front. Oh, what a stop.
You want to score goals, you have to go to this area.
Shoots. That shot came from right in front. Now it's directed to Marchand. Great move. Off the mark.
He couldn't be standing in a better spot to shoot the puck, and he misses the net from there.
Not there.
Having a heavy shot like that is great, but you got to hit the net.
Pass off the woodwork to Subban. The shot is off. Gains the blue line. Great scoring chance here. On to McKinnon. Lets the shot fly. Wide of the net. Oh, close call there. Terrific determination by Karlsson. Los Angeles moves well through the neutral zone. Gets in and he'll look over his options. Pressing on with it up the wing. Puck loose, good defensive play. Cheese recoiling back in their own end. And he steps across the line. Those big pillows on his legs came in handy then. Huge hit, possession's gone.
This was part of their game plan. Be physical.
Right into the slot, turned away. In the defensive zone, still in control. Wow, look at him. He's got a long way to go. Does he have enough gas? Got his pad on that one. And the puck is grabbed by Karlsson. Gains the zone. Got a piece of that one. That one comes right on his stick. Not very long, but good. Fires. Wonderful block. Parked at the crease. The Americans have control of the puck at center ice. Back in his defensive end to get it. And he's tripped, and there'll be a penalty. So we're into the last minute. All is academic here. Kuznetsov's going to the box, and the call is tripping. Defensive zone win. One-timer. Just missed the net. And a save there. Pass attempt to Richards. Used the stick well, didn't he? That one by Eric Stahl. Nap by Kopitar. And it's driven away again. Big save there. The Americans want to generate something up the wing. Looks for room. Breakaway. Wonderful stop. Clear the ice for a penalty shot.
No hesitation at all, Doc, by the official to make the penalty shot call.
Grabbed.
Oh, he thought he had him on the glove side.
Weber's pretty decisive on the penalty shot, but he didn't deliver the puck to the right area. Good save by the goalie.
Possession established. Good reach there. Superb defensive play by Richards. Out of their own end and still with it. Cheese controlled the play in the defensive zone.
Oh, they got it out. They checked the clock and prepared to defend some more.
Eric Stahl's tripped, and a penalty should be coming. The horn sound.
Have you ever wondered which grenade you should be using? Why am I talking like I'm advertising this shit? What up, you fluffy bastards? My name is Liquid Blitz, and today we're going to cover everything you could possibly ever need to know about grenades. I'm going to go through every grenade one by one, bringing you the basic information, number one. And number two, I'm going to bring my opinion about when each grenade is best used, the situations where that grenade has a specific strength over all the other ones. Firstly, the main chunk of this video is going to be about the regular grenades, the ones that are available to all classes. And then afterwards I'll quickly cover the ones that are class specific. I would just like to interject the fact that sorry if my voice sounds a bit shit today, I've got a cold, but that's not going to stop me from bringing them facts! Alright, let's kick off the list with the non-explosive grenades, the gas, the smoke and the fire. Firstly, we have the incendiary grenade. Now, you want to get one of these, and I'm saying it does 40 plus damage minimum. Officially, I think people say it does 30 minimum, but I've done a load of tests where I've literally thrown it at my feet on full health, and I've skimmed the edge of the fire and gone prone instantly, just to see how quickly I can reduce the damage. And it always does over 40 damage to me, so I don't know why people are saying it does 30 damage minimum. In my opinion, it does 40 damage minimum, so I'm saying 40. It obstructs enemy movement and your own movement excellently, better than any other grenade. It obstructs movement. And it obstructs the view slightly. And something that not everyone knows, I didn't know. The fuck is that? Right, sorry, that was just my phone going. What the hell was I saying? Oh yeah, something that not everyone knows is the incendiary grenade damages vehicles, and especially if it's a vehicle with sort of people exposed, it does even more damage. That being said, there are far greater ways to damage vehicles, so don't equip a fire grenade for that purpose. Now, best usage. As I just said, the main strength for this really is to obstruct enemy movement, and this is best used when you're like defending when you're capping a flag and you're trying to defend it. Maybe throw it down on the corridor where you think the enemies are going to run down and they can't run through it, else they'll burn. So it's best used for defending objectives, or perhaps blocking the most direct way. If you're playing war pigeons, if your team has the pigeon and the main way to you for the enemies is through a corridor, throw it down and they can't get through. So that's the greatest strength for the incendiary grenade. Next on the list is gas grenades. Now, you either love them or you hate them. Gas, when you throw gas down especially on unsuspecting enemies, it almost always ticks at least twice. It does 15 damage per tick, and it usually hits twice on an unsuspecting enemy, so let's just say it does a 30 damage minimum. And as with fire, it obstructs the enemies and your view slightly. Now, the gas grenade, the gas lasts for 22 seconds, but in the upcoming February 2017 update, it's being reduced to 15 seconds. So, well, unless you're watching this video in, like, 2025, in that case, just ignore what I'm saying. Yeah, it's going to last 15 seconds. Also, in the same update, somebody told me in one of my comments that the gas grenade is about to be limited to only the support class, which that would be a major deal. But I've researched everywhere, everywhere there's sort of information to do with the patch, and I haven't found a single shred of evidence that that's happening. So, again, if you're watching this before the patch, then it's interesting, but if you're watching this after, you will already know if it's limited to the support class. So, if it is, that's a major deal. Now, in my opinion, in my experience, and I have a lot of gas grenade experience, it's best used to force enemy hipfire, or basically force your enemy to be less accurate. And sort of hand in hand with that, it's best used when you are using a trench weapon for the hipfire, which means that if you put a gas mask on and run through your own gas, you don't lose any accuracy because you're hip firing anyway. I could sit here all day talking about gas grenades because a lot of people hate gas grenades, especially sort of teammates who throw gas grenades all over an objective and it just pisses the teammates off because they can't aim accurately. Anyway, before I make too many people angry about the gas grenade, let's move on to the smoke grenade. Now, the smoke grenade, like, the gas and fire obstruct your view a little bit, more importantly the enemy's view, but the smoke grenade blocks their view completely. And it also prevents spotting. Still, not everyone knows that, but smoke grenades prevent people spotting you, which is awesome. Now, smoke grenades in my opinion, have a lot of best usage scenarios. First of all, the most obvious one is the smoke grenade is best used when you're in large, open, outside environments where you've got little to no cover, for the obvious reason that it gives you some cover. It's also, and a lot of people don't utilize this strength, it's also best used, in my opinion, for hiding yourself when you're getting close quarters. This is particularly important if you're using like a shotgun or a trench SMG. It's excellent for hiding yourself until you're right in the face of an enemy and you just one-shot them if you're using a shotgun. And that's a major strength that not many people utilize. The third sort of best usage scenario that I've thought of is it's good for flushing enemies out. Like, if you throw a smoke grenade into a building full of enemies, no one likes being blind. If someone throws a smoke grenade at your feet, the logic behind this, I think, is that if you get a smoke grenade at your feet, you don't want to be blind. So naturally, people tend to sort of run out of the smoke so they can see again. And hopefully, with any sort of decent planning or a decent smoke grenade, they'll run right into your sights. And that's a good best usage scenario. Now let's move on to explosive grenades, the fun, blunt force trauma shrapnel motherfuckers. First of all, we have the good old frag grenade. Everyone loves a good old frag grenade. Now, it goes without saying that the frag grenade does fatal damage to an infantry. It can kill a full health infantry if it drops at his feet. It also does a small amount of damage to vehicles, but not much. Now, an important point to make is, in Battlefield 1 specifically, the frag grenade cannot be cooked or timed. Like, you can't pull the pin out, wait 3 seconds, and then throw it so it blows up immediately. And this is unique of Battlefield 1. This wasn't, like, in all previous Battlefield games, you can cook the grenade. I suppose, thinking about it, that's why they added the impact grenade, which I'll talk about in a minute, because that does explode immediately, and that's sort of the point of cooking a frag grenade. So yeah, you can't do that in Battlefield 1, which is interesting. So yeah, the way it works is, frag grenades in this game only explode after they've settled on a horizontal surface. The same like gas and fire, they are the same thing, they'll only explode once they've hit a surface. Now, best usage scenario for frag grenade. What can you say? I mean, the frag grenade is basically an all-rounder for almost any situation. You can't go wrong with a frag grenade, or a smoke grenade. I prefer smoke, but they're the two sort of main grenades that you can use in almost any situation for some sort of benefit. So if you're the sort of person that really can't be arsed spending time worrying about which grenade to pick the frag, to be honest, or the smoke, because you can't really go wrong. Just throw them towards the enemy and hope for the best. Next on the list is the mini grenade. Now, you get 2 of these, and obviously, being mini, they do a lot less damage than the frag grenade. So I don't think they can, even if it drops at your feet, I don't think it can kill in one. So let's just say it does medium damage to infantry. Now, the whole point of the mini grenades is you get a much longer throw. Because it's mini, it's lighter, so you get a longer throw. That's sort of the whole point of this grenade. Now, obviously, this is sort of only useful when throwing accuracy or range is important. For example, if you're the sort of person who likes throwing grenades in windows, but you sometimes struggle and hit the outside of the window, mini grenades are great because you sort of aim at the window and it goes so far that you sort of all you have to do is look at the window and it goes straight in. Unlike frag grenades, which obviously have a much larger arc. So if you need to throw it in windows, for example, I mean, that's probably the best usage scenario. Or perhaps you're out in the open. There are some game modes where you sort of like get trapped behind cover and you just can't advance to the objective because there's like a wall of sniper fire. The mini grenade's actually quite good for sort of flushing out snipers or distracting them long enough for you to run forward to cover to get closer to the objective. Now, as I've just sort of alluded to, my opinion is this grenade is shit. I hate the mini grenades. There's no point. Unless your accuracy at throwing grenades is total shit, then I would advise you sort of avoid this grenade. Most, if not all of the other grenades, give you better benefits. They outweigh the benefits of this grenade massively. Now let's move on to impact grenades, which I mentioned briefly before. You only get 1 of these, like the frag grenade, you only get 1. And it does less damage. Like, I didn't know, I couldn't find out anywhere in the research for this video how much damage it did, if it did the same or less than the frag grenade. And I basically realised it must do less damage than the frag because the payoff is it explodes instantly, so it must have a negative effect, and that has to be less damage. And it's correct, it did. I found out now it used to do 80 damage maximum, so it couldn't kill a full health enemy anyway. But in the patch, in the February patch, which, again, if you're watching this after February, it's already happened, but the damage has been reduced from 80 to 72, so it now does even less damage. I'm going to give you my personal opinion. I hate this grenade. In recording footage for this, I couldn't get any kills with it. I don't know if I'm just shit, but it never killed anyone because of the fact it does less damage. So I would avoid this grenade, but that's my personal opinion. But I've promised you a best usage scenario for every grenade. So, best usage for using the impact grenade, I would say, is for moving enemies. Enemies that are running. If you throw an impact grenade, instantly explodes. So that's useful. But it's best for like what I'm going to call an oh shit situation. So if somebody runs around the corner at you and you're mid reload, this is particularly important, I would say, for stationary classes like suppressive LMGs with a bipod or simply a sniper. I suppose in that situation, impact grenade can be useful because it gives you a large-ish amount of damage instantly to defend yourself. That being said, after the damage reduction in the update, I'm literally never going to use this grenade again. I don't like it. There are far better ways to defend yourself, even for stationary classes like snipers, things like trip mines and so on, so I would just avoid this. Frag, gas and smoke are all more useful, frankly. Next on the list we have the light anti-tank grenade. Now this, you get one of these, but you get two if you're the cavalry class, so that's something. They do medium damage to vehicles, they do a little bit of damage, and they do small damage for the shit for infantry, small damage to infantry. Now, best usage scenario for the light anti-tank. Some people love the light anti-tank grenade, but others avoid it like a leper colony, and I'm one of those. I think this grenade is best used if you want to absolutely maximize the amount of damage you're doing against vehicles, especially for the assault class. If you've got the regular anti-tank grenade and maybe the anti-tank rocket gun, if you want to absolutely maximize the damage you do against vehicles, put this on as well, so then you've got basically damage against vehicles in every slot of your equipment. But I personally think that other grades are more useful, even when fighting vehicles. For example, just throw a smoke grenade down and you can get right up close to a vehicle. And when you do that, you can use your limpet charge, dynamite. I mean, seriously, I don't like the light anti-tank grenade. It's just, I think it's a waste of a slot, personally. So yeah, I would only use that if you want to maximize your vehicle capabilities. Or maybe just to sort of scare vehicles away. I suppose that's a use for it. And finally, that's all the sort of regular grenades available to all your classes. Let's move on to equipment-based grenades, class-specific ones. First of all, we have the anti-tank grenade, the regular big anti-tank grenade for the assault class. Now, I love this thing. I use it on every assault class. It does large damage to massive damage to vehicles, and something people don't realise, it does large or maybe medium, but I'm going to say large damage to infantry as well. I've thrown this into nests of enemies and got multiple kills, which you can do that with a frag grenade as well, but this is just an extra use for the vehicle grenade. So large to vehicles, large to infantry. It detonates immediately upon contact with a vehicle. It doesn't if you just like throw it at the ground, like pretending it's a regular grenade. It doesn't blow up immediately then. Only if you hit a vehicle with it. And that's actually a really big strength. I think the same goes with the... I should have pointed out, the same goes with the light anti-tank grenade. That explodes immediately as well upon vehicles. That's a strength I should have mentioned, really. I just shit all over the light anti-tank grenade. But yeah, that's one strength for it. And it's a good strength as well. There's nothing worse than like throwing a frag grenade at a tank and it just drives away and you look like a knob. And I should point out, you get two anti-tank grenades. Anyway, moving on. Next is the rifle sort of underbarrel for the medic class. Now with the rifle grenades, you spawn in with 3 grenades, which is unique among all the grenades. There are 3 kinds of rounds you can choose for. Either the frag, which is just your typical explosive. Then you've got HE, high explosive, which has a larger radius, but it does less damage to infantry. So higher radius, less damage to infantry, but it does more damage, I think, to vehicles. And the third is smoke, which is always useful. And I will point out, for the high explosive round, if you're playing the medic class, to be honest, you shouldn't be anywhere near a vehicle, so I would avoid the HE round. And I'd recommend either the frag or the smoke, depending on which you prefer, which sort of like complements your playstyle. I will note that the smoke variety is actually great for covering yourself when you're reviving teammates. That being said, personally, I've got to say I prefer to heal and revive, which leaves no equipment slot for the rifle grenade. So that's my 2 cents. Obviously, it's worth saying that the rifle grenades for this medic class, they do, like the frag version, it does less damage than a regular frag grenade, and the smoke, I think, is a smaller area than the regular smoke grenade. I think. And perhaps uniquely, maybe not, but perhaps uniquely, it detonates either after settling on a surface like most of the grenades, or after 5 seconds, whichever comes first. Now finally, the last type of grenade, if you can call it that in the game, is the crossbow launcher, which I find really fun to use myself. It's for the support class, and you spawn with 2. I think. You spawn with 2 grenades. But a point that I will make for that is it's infinite ammo. It actually, like the mortar, it restocks itself automatically every 15 seconds. So you actually have infinite grenades with the crossbow launcher, which is kind of overpowered when you think about it. So yeah, I can't hide the fact that I actually really like the crossbow launcher. On most of my support classes now, I have the ammo pack, or ammo crate, I prefer the pack, and the crossbow launcher, because it's just fun to use. Well, now you've got all my best usage scenarios. I mean, let's conclude. I mean, after testing all of these grenades pretty relentlessly for this video, and I seriously have, for this preparation of this video, I've spent 2 days just endlessly using grenades. With a support class, of course, so I've got infinite grenades. It's been annoying. It's been a nightmare. And basically, my only conclusion is that the only grenades really that seem worth using are gas and smoke. And if you prefer straight-up damage, then frag. So gas, smoke and frag, basically, is my recommendation, depending on which sort of complements your playstyle the most. I know most people will hate what I'm about to say, but up until sort of like a week ago, I almost exclusively used gas grenades on every single class, until I learned all the many benefits of the smoke grenade, and now I've switched all my classes to the smoke grenade, because it's useful in so many different ways. I mean, I've given you, I think I said 3 different sort of best usage scenarios for the smoke, but there are more uses, many more uses. So smoke is my honest number 1 recommendation. If you can't decide, go with a smoke, and just because you get 2 of the things, and if you're a support, you get infinite ones, and you can just throw smoke everywhere, man. Smoking is cool. Edit that shit out. And also to cement my own personal change from gas to smoke, they've just reduced the gas, as I said, the duration of gas from 22 seconds to 15 seconds. And I think that goes with like mortar trucks as well that can fire gas. Anything that can fire gas, I think, has been reduced from 22 seconds to 15, that is a big deal. That's 7 seconds of damage gone. So now I'm definitely sticking to the smoke grenade. So yeah, that's it. I love me a good smoke grenade. That's my number 1 favourite, and I do honestly want to know what your favourite is as well, because lots of people use the grenades in different, unique, imaginative ways. So let me know which is your favourite. Like this video if you liked it, like this video if you didn't like it, and join me in my next video. The next one is almost certainly going to be my next superclass video, and it's going to be the medic class. It's going to be a medic class, I think. Yes, medic class, yes, medic. And let's be honest, that's kind of the whole thing, really. That's the crux of the issue. If it's more predictable, then you can be more accurate. It's as simple as that. So, does it make the weapon more accurate? Technically, no. But it makes it more predictable, which makes you more accurate. That's the whole point of what I'm trying to get across. I'm talking serious, man. I'm so serious all the time.
SEAL Team 6. It's who I am. Our word is our bond. This is your family.
A lot of people are not going to like the things I have to say. They're going to say the exact same things the Overwatch fanboys are going to say when I offer criticisms about Overwatch.
For those of you that aren't aware, Rags is one of those normie YouTubers who usually covers a wide variety of games. Recently he did a video on Battlefield 1, and he was heavily critical of it. Now, I don't have any problem with someone being heavily critical of Battlefield 1, and in fact, I think Battlefield 1 is so far the worst of the series. Even with all the flaws Battlefield 3 had, it still, I think, ended up playing better than so far Battlefield 1 does. Now, the problem I have with his criticism is not the fact that it's criticism, it's the fact that I don't think it's very well thought out. And so I just want to make it clear that I'm not in any way a Battlefield 1 fanboy. I'm about as far as you can get from it. I just think that the areas which he claims are the flaws of Battlefield 1, I think they're not the flaws. I think other things are. As you've heard me say many times, Battlefield 1 is a deeply flawed game. You can listen to Rella and I speak about why we think this is the case in a prior video that I'll link in the description. And the reason I end up responding to these things is I don't want people to get the idea that something is the problem, that it isn't, and then they leave the actual problem unsolved. That's what I don't want.
I'm good. Enough of this get good nonsense. I'm really good at Battlefield 1. I am good. I'm better than you.
Just as a little hint here, if you have to tell us that you're good, you're probably not good. I can tell you players that are good. Rela is good. Nickel is good. They're good players. They don't have to tell their viewers that they're good players to get their point across. They don't tell you players.
C'è una mitragliatrice! Ho una perfettamente.
Just as a first point, I have never made any attempt to misrepresent your X Factor, your arguments. Last time I made a video response to you, you said that I was using straw men to misrepresent your points, and I wasn't doing it. I was simply responding to the points that I thought you were making, and evidently I was somewhat wrong. I still don't see where that is. Perhaps you just presented your points very badly, which again I think is again the case here. And for my viewers, you should know that I don't at all dislike X Factor. He's probably a really decent guy. If I met him anywhere outside the context of this game, we'd probably get along. I have no idea who the guy is, so I can't say whether I'd get along with him or not. But anyway, that said, I will give you my complete, unedited, impolitic opinion on the matter. Again, I don't have any personal problems with anyone. I just hate it when people are wrong on the internet. Plus, I want to get some of my own information out there so that there is accurate information on YouTube. And the various insults I'm going to throw in here are, I promise, are in the spirit of good fun. So if you don't like my raw evaluation, just get out. There are plenty of channels which are actively avoiding upsetting anyone at all, and I will always tell you exactly what I think, even if I get called not a very nice person for it. So with all that said, X Factor may be competent in some areas, but when it comes to Battlefield, he's a total moron. Now, I don't personally consider this an insult, just as I wouldn't think it was an insult to help a special needs child. And so, much like that, I'm going to help X Factor because he's, well, retarded.
Today I'm going to be breaking down and identifying some of the reasons why Battlefield 1 is the most casual Battlefield that I've played today, not just in gameplay mechanics, but the actual gunplay.
So is Battlefield 1 casual? Sure, it's definitely casual. I've said that many times in prior videos. Is it the gunplay that makes it casual? Absolutely not. I think the gunplay is probably the least among all the factors that make Battlefield 1 a casual, non-competitive game.
For those of you who do not know my play style and live, eat, and breathe the objective.
That actually makes me kind of curious. Why is your best class Scout? I mean, if I wanted to do nothing but play the objective as you claim to, I'd choose a class that was actually good at it, but whatever.
So let's talk about the first issue in Battlefield 1, and that's accuracy and precision.
So here's the problem already. We have terms that are perfectly acceptable for this stuff already. There's no need to go out and make up your own terminology. It's just pointless and seems to indicate that you have no great understanding of the content that you claim to be talking about. It also ends up being kind of confusing. We'll get to a little bit more of that in a bit. I did my best to try to understand your point here, but I find myself a little bit confused. The moment I think I found the answer to what you're trying to get at, you contradict it later in the video. So when I first look at this chart of yours, I think it's pretty reasonable. As far as I can tell, you are stating that accuracy is the human component and precision is the in-game component. with both of which adding together to dictate whether or not your in-game character will hit a shot as a result of your input. Now when I see this, I see, okay, accuracy is whether you can acquire your target, and precision is whether or not you're going to hit that target, the target that you're aiming at, which is determined, of course, by the spread values and recoil and such on a given weapon that you're for a given shot in a burst. Now this is the conclusion that I come to when looking at your chart. On graph 2, it seems reasonable enough to say that the gun was precise to use your terms, but the user was not accurate and so was off target. Plot 3, on the other hand, has an accurate user, but the weapon is not precise. At this point, okay, it seems fair to me.
There is accuracy in Battlefield 1, but there's very low precision, which, when we compare it to previous Battlefield titles, is a bit different.
So my evaluation was evidently completely wrong. You're saying that accuracy and precision are somehow both products of game functionality. Again, here's that problem. There's a reason we like to use existing terminology. Words for things are really pretty useful, and making up your own for things that we've already defined doesn't help matters because it's simply not effective to get your point across. I make a hobby out of parsing game data for normies, and I'm completely baffled as to what you're getting at here. If I were to gain full control over the game data, and if I was able to manipulate existing values at will, there would be literally no way I could set up a scenario to represent what you are showing in your graphs. You've completely fabricated your own weapon properties, which you then claim somehow apply to weapons of Battlefield 1. Since I don't believe that you would lie out of a desire to misrepresent the case to your viewers, I can only assume that you just have no idea what you are talking about. So because you seem to have absolutely no idea what you are talking about, I'll also assume that this applies to other people as well. So let's go over the basics here. There are two things which can affect whether or not you will hit a shot in Battlefield 1. There are recoil and spread. Vertical recoil is 10% random, and bullet deviation on its account alone is usually pretty insignificant. You only get a plus minus 5% on each instance of vertical recoil. Horizontal recoil, on the other hand, occurs on a continuum, a number line bounded by the negative and positive number. A random number is selected in between these two values. Now these two values are the numbers that you're used to seeing on Synthic. And this value somewhere between the two becomes the direction that your weapon will recoil. If it's negative, it'll go left. If positive, it'll go right. Because it is completely random, it'll affect your precision in the same way that spread does, although functionally it's the same, mechanically it's not. Obviously, it cannot make your first shot less accurate because it can only occur directly after you fire a shot. Spread is a little bit more complex to explain because it changes over time. Like every single shooter in existence, from CSGO to COD to Battlefield, a weapon has a certain spread value when you initially fire it. As you continue to output rounds without pause, that spread value gets larger and larger, with the rate of increase being obviously differing from game to game and weapon to weapon. So here's the confusing bit, the part I don't understand, and that's that you say Battlefield 1 has accuracy but not precision. The fact is that Battlefield doesn't have any new weapon mechanics, and it doesn't lack any mechanics that weren't already in place or weren't in place for Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4. At this point, I have a couple ideas as to what you might actually be meaning, even if you're saying it very badly. But because you've done such an awful job at communicating it, I need some more context to figure out if I'm right, after all. Proceed.
So where you can be precise with a sniper rifle or a bipod LMG, it's really hard to be precise with other weapons.
Okay, so from this information we can see that precision has something to do with either spread increase per shot or recoil. That he says sniper rifles have precision isn't particularly helpful since they've always had perfect accuracy and no effective spread increase. But he does say that one can be precise with a bipod LMG. Because we know that bipod LMGs don't actually get any better base spread when they're bipoded, the Madsen's 0.3 base is always going to stay at 0.3 regardless of whether you're bipoded or you're not. So logically, X Factor's precision must have something to do with spread increase. But I still need a little bit more context to make sure I'm completely right on this.
So let's go back to Battlefield 3. You could be precise and accurate.
Okay, So precision is definitely spread increase, based on what we've heard X Factor say so far. Do we see now why standard terminology is important? It took me this long to figure out what the hell you have been referring to, because you made up some nonsense words to describe something perfectly well documented. If that didn't convince me that you really have no idea what you're doing, looking back at your diagram that you put up helpfully earlier, that will. Let's apply what we now know to it. Specifically, I want to take a look at image number 2. Apparently, it represents low accuracy, high precision. To word this in a more standard way, you could say that the weapon has high brace spread, but very low spread increase. However, in no circumstances would this be an expected result of firing a weapon with a high base and low spread increase. Since it has high base spread, the first shot would be, of course, random within the cone of fire. The graphic implies that X Factor thinks that spread increase is somehow an offset of some sort from the original shot, which it is not in any way whatsoever. Each iteration of spread increase simply increases the radius of the cone, so that your first shot, the cone of fire, so that your first shot will have a wider area over which it can be distributed. Each time you shoot, the base of your cone gets a little bigger. Now, as far as the distribution across that cone, it's always perfectly even. If you want to know why this is, I do have a video helpfully linked in the description. An important misconception that I want to take the time to address now is that random spread is not completely random. Again, imagine the cone on the end of your gun. Okay, let's just make this super concrete. Okay, we have our gun, and we have our cone. Now imagine if this was my target, this guy right here. You can see that if it was really close to the gun, I'd have a 100% hit rate, because there's simply no way that the bullet can exit the cone. That's how spread works. It's very small near the barrel, and it gets larger the farther you go out. Obviously, if I were to put my target way over here, I'd have a hard time hitting it, because the cone is so much bigger than my little target. But in my effective engagement range, which is for this gun, it is right here, I'd have absolutely no trouble engaging, because my cone is smaller than my target. Anyway, obviously this is way downscaled, this stupid little demo, but you get my point. So you move closer to the weapon, you can get perfect hit rate. That's your weapon's effective range. I'd say that anything down to 80% hit rate is just fine for automatic weapons. And if I were to move it way out there, that is to say, outside of my weapon's effective range, I'm not going to do particularly well with it. Spread is very simple. It just limits you to a certain range of engagements. In every case in Battlefield 1, your muzzle velocity and your recoil is going to stop you engaging a target effectively before your spread does. In most cases, spread only comes into play when you're using a weapon outside of the role that it's supposed to be good at in the first place. Again, since that was just a stupid non-to-scale example, here are numbers that I want you to consider when it comes. What, do you expect me to memorize these or something? I have no idea what they are. The M1960 gets 100% hit rate to the head out to 47.7 meters. That's pretty darn good, because you can totally get away with 80% hit rate with that particular gun. You have enough magazine. If you want body shots, you have hit rate of 100% out to 119.4 meters. At 119.4 meters, you're not going to reliably engage targets due to your muzzle velocity and time to kill more than anything else. For the marksman weapons, which are slightly less accurate, you get perfect headshots out to 40.9 meters. Again, you can sort of get away with headshots out to 56 meters, whereas for body shots, you're good to out to 102 meters. And 102 meter shots are not particularly easy in the first place, mostly not due to spread, but due to the fact that your velocity is pretty mediocre at that point. Anyway, as for the LMGs, they have pretty similar spread values compared to the medic weapons, so your numbers when you do the hit rates aren't going to be that far off from the medic weapons as far as your initial shots go. Well, you can get back to perfect accuracy at bullet 3 if you're using the Huat, or bullet 6 to 7 if you're using something dumb like the bar. Horizontal recoil is going to throw off your shot and obviously prevent perfect hit rate, even once you do return to your minimum spread. And as for the SMGs, your muzzle velocity is going to stop you from hitting reliable headshots way before your spread does.
Take a look at some of the headshot kill ratios of my weapons. The headshot kill ratio is actually higher than my overall accuracy. Aim for the head, hit the head. Aim small, miss small. Remember, these are headshot kills, so if you hit them first in the head, it doesn't drop them, and land 2 more body shots and that drops them, it doesn't count.
Just a little point here, finishing your kills with headshots, besides obviously one-hit headshots, is really a pretty terrible idea. And any game that lets you do it, looking at you, Battlefield 3, is probably pretty casual, if anything is. Your first shot, your most accurate shot, should always be that should be your headshot, whereas your follow-up shot should probably be body shots due to spread increase. Hilariously, Battlefield 3 let you acquire your target's body, then mosey on up to the head at your leisure, because your spread was already probably going to be good enough by the 4th bullet to hit reliable headshots. Don't believe me? Ask CSGO. Have you ever tried to hit the second shot from the AK as a headshot? Recoil aside, it's also got a ton of random deviation, making it virtually impossible to hit a headshot on the second shot reliably, much less the third shot. The M4s do have it a little better, but you should really be hitting the first shot as a headshot, not the second one. The idea that I see tossed around that you should aim for the chest and let the recoil take you to the head is really, really quite dumb. You should always acquire the target initially with a headshot, and then hit a second headshot if your aim is good enough, or simply overcorrect for the recoil, and hit a couple chest shots to avoid missing the head due to excessive spread accumulation for your second and third bullets. This is the case in CSGO, unless you're just going for single shots with the M4, and definitely in Battlefield 1, where it is a really great way to play SLRs, SMGs, and especially LMGs, in order to abuse that really good first shot accuracy on most light machine guns.
It's only if the killing blow in the head was enough to take them down. So all those headshots you'd hit early simply wouldn't count for that stat. That was accounted for in another stat. So with microbursting, tap firing, and bursting properly with various weapons, not strafing around in Battlefield 3, it was pretty easy to be precise and both accurate.
I find it interesting to hear you admit that it was, in fact, pretty easy to be precise, because isn't that the exact opposite of what you claim to want? You claim to want a higher skill ceiling, but then you go and say that it was easy to be precise. I mean, you're really quite right. It was incredibly easy to be precise in Battlefield 3. Tap firing is probably the epitome of skill if there ever was one, right? In fact, it made for such a skill-based metagame that I made a function to determine skill in Battlefield 3. Skill equals click speed times 1.5. This is how you determine skill in Battlefield 3. Wasn't it great in Battlefield 3 that literally every weapon reset in one frame of a 30 Hz logic loop? Low rate of fire weapons, who cares? Just tap the high rate of fire ones and you can get better damage over time regardless of range. Wonderful balance. And the skill of microbursting. 20 meters, click as fast as you can. 30 meters, click as fast as you can. 40 meters, 50 meters, 70 meters, click as fast as you can. Alternatively, you could be a bit cheeky and use the strafing Euro hipfire mag dump skill-based shooting maximum tactical mag dumps out to 50 meters because of how retarded Battlefield 3's heavy barrel was. Top skill gap. Definitely much better than Battlefield 1, where each range of engagement has a specific optimum burst length, at least when it comes to SMGs and SLRs, with a corresponding optimum reset time between bursts.
Tomorrow. What you're looking at is a monster from some bygone era.
Son the cavalry.
I am the cavalry.
Kong Skull Island, rated PG-13, starts tomorrow.
Have you ever wondered which grenade you should be using? Why am I talking like I'm advertising this shit? What up, you fluffy bastards? My name is Liquid Blitz, and today we're going to cover everything you could possibly ever need to know about grenades. I'm going to go through every grenade one by one, bringing you the basic information, number one.
Hi, everyone. With Eddie Olczyk alongside and Ray Ferraro down at the ice, this is Mike Emrick. Tonight, we bring you a matchup between two great teams. You are here at the right moment with Eddie Olczyk and Ray Ferraro, Mike Emrick, and play is just underway. Great save off a howitzer. Collected by Miller. To Ovechkin. And this play is whistled down. It is offside. Play is halted right now, so it's a chance to hear from Ray Ferraro.
With these goalies playing so well, you've got to get the puck to the net, preferably down low off their pads, so there's going to be a rebound. Get to the net. See if you can get a second chance and a dirty goal.
Thanks very much, Ray. Took that pass right up the wing. Cleared back down the ice, and it goes for an icing. Beat him on that one. And the loose puck brought in by Ovechkin. Propelled to Marchand. Rapid City's continuing on up the wing. And now it's directed to Dillon. Pitching it to Dillon. Fires a shot. Rapid City's controlling play now in the defensive zone. That one shot over half the length of the ice, all the way down there, and it becomes an icing. Oh, look out here. What do you think?
He's asking and looking for a dance partner.
Good job on the draw. Tavares is looking towards center ice, hoping to make a play from his own end. The pass is off the mark. What a chance that would have been. Gets in. What'll he do? And he's all alone. Oh, Pocek saved one there. Scooped up. Moving it to Ovechkin. Up the wing still with possession. Shoots. And it's turned aside. Puck is seized by Miller. With a shot. Directed away off the mask.
I can't imagine goaltenders never wearing masks.
A shot. Saved off the mask. What a save. Chip to Tavares. The battle for the puck, and he can't get free. Good quick poke check there. Holds in the corner. Taken over again. Grabbed by Elliott. Moved along and in. A shot. Good shot, but a better save. New Jersey's got possession in the defensive zone. Up the wing, moving along. Passing one off now to Thompson. And possession has changed. Brilliant move on that pass. Puck picked up here. New Jersey's in their own end and in control of the puck. Into the attacking end. On to Tavares. He's held to the glass. Possession taken by Miller. Puck loose, now picked up. Looking to Backus. Got it right back. Laid on to Dillon. And we get a penalty. The referee to the table, a player to the box. The Nailers are guilty of a minor penalty for interference. And picked up now by Alexi.
49 seconds.
Rapid City's looking to headman up the wing. Can he generate something? One-timer, got a piece of it. Snaps off a wrist shot. Nearly grazed the iron on that.
I know what he's trying to do there, Doc, but you gotta hit the net in this situation.
And off target with that one. Handed right back to Nash. With a drive. That one blocked. Rapid City's in control through the neutral zone. Great job on a cut pass. New Jersey's back to full strength. They've killed off the penalty. Inside the final minute of play. Whistle blown, play stopped. The referee will hand out a penalty. The Nailers have been handed a major. The call is charging. Rapid City's power play gets another chance to operate. Hasn't been effective yet. Big drive! The shot is off. Slid to Tavares. Diggs puts one on. Tries to clear. It's down. We have lots of time still to go. What are your thoughts so far, Edzo?
So we head to the second, Doc, with no score. I would imagine both coaches would like to see more shots, more people, more traffic. And when you do that, you create second and third chance opportunities, making life difficult for the goaltenders.
New Jersey's continuing on at center. Terrific determination. Outstanding point-blank save.
Seems like he was in too tight on the goaltender.
It's an onside play. Trying for it. Gathered in by Alexi. The Nailers in their own end controlling the play. Two sticks together, it goes to the offense. Knifed out of trouble. Outstanding save with the pad. And he'll hold on.
You can't ask much more from your goaltender than this. That's an excellent wrist shot that he's able to deny.
Good job tying the man up on the faceoff. Teammate comes in. Closed off effectively and sealed. Able to attack now. The Nailers have possession in their own end. Gets in and he'll look over his options. Ooh, what a break. Shot hit the man. Pitching this one to Tavares. Pass attempt to Dillon. Up the wing, he continues possession. It's off his pad. Moves up the wing. And he gains the zone. It all alone! Keeps it going back behind the net. Gathered in by Marchand. Puck is thrown to Smith. Nice poke check by Marchand. Whoa, what a play! New Jersey's done it. Back at full strength. Great poke check. The stick can break up a play, and it just did. Fires, and a good save in the goal crease. Oh, he's got this one, but can they catch up to him? He scores! Tavares! A little under 6 minutes are gone here in the second. Rapid City's got the lead, 1-0. Trying to go to Backus. Lets it go! Terrific challenge, outstanding save.
Terrific stop from right in front of the net, but you gotta find a way to put the puck in the net.
Propelled to Andrews. Chip to Tavares. Off his glove. Taken away. Looking for options. Fires. Shot high. And that one went out of play over the glass, a souvenir for some young fan. Rapid City's got that neutral zone faceoff. Terrific interception. Gains the zone. On to Ovechkin. Got the pad on it. Wow, and somebody's crossed the line here. I think he knows what might happen.
Well, when you cross the line like that, you better be ready to get involved.
Loose puck, the defense got in the way there. Big chance! Outstanding save by Carter. A shot. Just missed the net with that one.
He was trying to be a little bit too fine there. That's why he missed the net.
Wrist shot. What a terrific save.
When you're screened like that, you just have to hope it hits you.
Good shooting place. And gathered in by Ovechkin. Sneaks in. A marvelous pad stop on a great opportunity. Directing that one to Tavares. Nicely into the zone. Pinned up against the glass right now. Skate kick out of the scrum. Shot, pad save. New Jersey's moving the puck in the defensive zone. Moving it on up the wing. Snapping a pass to Tavares. Maintaining possession up the wing. With a wrister. He scores! Second of the game. What a performance. Rapid City's goal has given them a 2-goal lead now, and there's still a lot of time left in the game. We're still in the second period. Tavares, winning team, winning draws. Oh, terrific save on a great chance.
A quick developing play right in front. Almost looks like he's too close to the goaltender.
Let's go, Arister. Got a piece of that one. Fires. Oh, deflected away. Lugged ahead from the defensive zone. Nicely into the zone. Has a chance to make a play through the corner. The drama heightens in this final minute of the second period. Clock continues to get to the smaller numbers here, but there may be time for another rush. Nice stand-up poke check there. The second period has come to a close, eventful when it comes to scoring goals, yet there's a big lead here. Second period has been played, only 2 goals scored, both by the same team.
Hey fans, time for our parachute drop. If you'd like to join our Insiders Club here tonight, you can get exclusive media-only access to upcoming press conferences, practices, or even a locker room tour. Membership is free, so what are you waiting for? Join our Insiders Club today.
We are entering the third period. Based on the first 2, what are you expecting to happen?
New Jersey's had very little time of possession, Doc. They've been outplayed in that category big time, but they're still in this game. One shot, and they're right in it.
Back near the blue line to Marchand. Fires! Terrific save, terrific opportunity.
A missed opportunity from this close in.
Quick work on the faceoff. Possession gained by Ovechkin. Routed again. Shot! A wonderful shot answered quickly. Marchand's tripped up. That should be a penalty. Ovechkin's going to the box. It's a tripping minor.
Plenty of good looks on the power play. They got to stay with the same game plan.
You got it, Eddie. Let's see. The power play is just about to begin. And ripped to Bates. Poke checked away. Now it's directed to Thompson. Around through the corner. He pinned him to the glass. Good work with the stick. Fires. He got his glove on that one. The power play unit has to recoil and try yet again. Pitching it to Andrews. Laid on to Tavares. Can he make them chase it? New Jersey's gotten back even. Penalty kill. Decides to skate it back toward his own end. Moving it to Andrews. Lets it go. Great stick save. Carter's able to keep this play moving. Passing one off now to Bates. Looking to Backus. Rapid City's in control as they travel up the wing. He's in on an onside play. Took that wrist shot. That's a great save. Elliott's got it in his own end, headed towards center. Pitching this one to Bates. Battle for possession. Scrum over, puck kicked. Slid to Ovechkin. Lets it go. Terrific glove save. Goes back a little further. Pressing on with it up the wing. Gets in, looks over his options here, and it's driven away. Propelled to Backus. Just threw it into his pad there. Snaps a wrister. Save. Chooses the corner for this. Kicked out of the scrum. Pointed to Tavares. Terrific shot, but a great point-blank save.
Not a lot of room to score from in that area. Great save.
Just a tad under 8 minutes remaining. 2 goals have been scored, both by one team. Kicked away. On the outside, a shot. He scores! 3 straight goals. Strong play on that faceoff. You have to be strong to hold that other guy off. Blocked.
13 minutes, 3 seconds.
Puck controlled by Ovechkin. Superb defensive play by Marchand. The puck now possessed by Miller. The Nailers wheel one ahead up the wing. Lets the shot fly. Gathered up again by Marchand. Pass attempt to Thompson. Good, solid defensive play with the stick. Rapid City's up the wing, setting things up. Skilled play by Miller. Puck is thrown to Thompson. Gets in. What'll he do? Picks it up back there. No luck getting through. Puck loose. Chip to Tavares. And he continues with it up the wing. Jabbed away by Ovechkin. He gets this one. A wonderful pass up the center of the ice. He's in! Marvelous save by Carter. Final minute of the third. There will be a lot of joy in one locker room and some real searching in the other. Well, on the heels of that, it looks like we might have some war here.
Well, when you act like that, you better be ready to defend yourself.
Tavares on a good night face-off win. His team is ahead 2. Into the end of attack. Napped by Miller. Many yards gained to Ovechkin. Carried toward the neutral zone. On to Alexei. Trying to go to Ovechkin. He's got him against the glass. To Tavares.
Tavares has a couple in this game. It's been an easy night for his team.
And goes back a little further, hoping to gain ground. Onside. Laid on to Marchand. Shoots a wrister. What a save. I was looking for the light to come on. Oh, and he is drilled.
I saw him coming just at the last minute. He's able to spin off, but that's a big hit.
The horn signals the end of the game. The clock at zeros. New Jersey's got a lot of work to do.
Unacceptable. Forget the score, just the effort. Need to be much better in the future.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to another season of EA Sports Hockey League with Eddie Olczyk and Ray Ferraro in just a moment. I'm Mike Emmerich. It's an exciting night, opening night anyway, but when you're a team that's been promoted from a lower classification, it's got to be very exciting, and perhaps the teams are ready, and so are we. Face-off number one of a great night ahead. Possession seized by Elliott. Carried to the corner by Miller. To McKenzie. Whoa, what a play! Rapid City's organizing things back in the defensive zone. Onside. Puck is picked up by Alexi. Chip to Tavares. Smart recovery by Irwin. Victoriaville's controlling play now and trying to get it going along the boards. The puck is fielded now by Irwin. Good shooting place. Goalie's one of the 6 guys on the ice. He can pass. He did that. Offside stops the clock. I think it's time we hear from Ray Ferraro.
Well, Doc, you can't separate the fact that you have to compete both on and off the puck if you're going to have a chance to win. If you're not willing to play the game physically, you're going to get run over eventually.
Okay, Ray, keep listening down there. Victoriaville's carrying it in their own end. 2 guys together with force. Big force.
I saw that one coming from a mile away.
Good stick down on the ice, so nothing good happening there. Wide of the net. Oh, close call there.
Everything's got to go through the middle of the ice. That's exactly where he was, but he missed the chance.
One-timer. Score! Rapid City's lead is now 1. Lots of time remaining in this first period and in the rest of the game, of course, to try to build on it. Directing that one to Zhidlitsky. Puts one on. Played on to Moy. Deflected. Can he clear? Pitching this one to Marchand. Rapid City's on the move through the neutral zone. Carried to the corner boards by McKenzie. Pass attempt to Zhidlitsky. Good attempt, but a weak stick.
No worse feeling, Doc, to break your stick with that opportunity.
Moving it on up the wing. Picked up in the attacking zone. Victoriaville's continuing to probe up the wing. Looking to Tavares. And this play is whistled down. It is offside. Neutral zone face-off 1. Possession established here. Gets in. What'll he do? And it's driven away. Possession established on the pickup by Moy. On to Tavares. Trying to get something generated up the wing. Dogged determination there by Irwin. And he is reefed.
Too late to tighten that helmet up now.
Possession reestablished by Irwin. And now it's directed to Zhidlitsky. Back on his stick. Scorches one. Hammered. That hit somebody. Nicely into the zone. Play to be made now by Marchand. Loose puck gathered by McKenzie. Propelled to Alexi. Save!
When you're screened like that, you just have to hope it hits you.
And he's held up and pinned. Good place to shoot from, and he does. Snapping a pass to Moy. Passing one off now to Zhidlitsky. He's in on an onside play. Outstanding stop. Gets play stopped. They will get a breather shortly, but what'll happen next? Chopped on. Puck is grabbed by Alexei. Pitching it to Tavares. Puck loose, couldn't get through. With a blast! He beat everything! Underway in period 2. To Tavares. Has a chance to make a play through the corner. Gathered up by McKenzie. Moving it to Alexei. Puck is thrown to Tavares. Takes it right back. Battle for possession. Kicked out of the scrum. Good position in the slot. Grabbed by McKenzie. Shot on. Trying to go to Zhidlitsky. Pass cut. Might go the other way now. Directing that one to McKenzie. Pitching this one to Miller. And a pass that just did not work and forces them all back as far as center. Rapid City's on the move in their own end. And at an angle to McKenzie. Got that pass off the boards. Victoriaville's in possession now as they move up the wing. A shot. Good shot, but a better save. And he freezes for the whistle. Wow, and somebody's crossed the line here. I think he knows what might happen.
Well, when you cross the line like that, you better be ready to get involved.
Up the wing, moving along. Tavares is tripped up. That should be a penalty. And play is stopped for a penalty. Moyes headed to the penalty box. A minor for tripping. And so begins power play number 1. Let's see if it's power play goal number 1. And possession now on the pickup by Alexei. To Tavares. Oh, he shook right through, didn't he? Good move. Freezes play. Just over 7 minutes gone. It's a 1-0 game. Good reach there. They shot it back down. Now they can get ready for another rush. And possession snapped up by Alexei. Pass attempt to Tavares. Gains the blue line. Enormous collision.
I wonder if that hit will change the momentum of this game.
Slid to McKenzie. Jabbed away by Elliott. Oh, and the pass just didn't work. The Vandals are back even. Speared along by Jackman. Great job on a cut pass. To Moy. Flings it. Shot into the pad. That's a good pad save. Superb defensive play by Marchand. A ripper from the point. Rapid City's organizing back in the defensive zone. Intercepted pass. Grabbed.
What a glove save.
No team worth its name is going to let that go.
Nichols is really sharp on this play. This is a good shot, an excellently placed puck, but he's able to make the stop.
Marchand spoiling for a fight here.
He's been looking for somebody to dance with.
Good job on the draw. Looking to Tavares. Got a free puck now. Chip to Jackman. Carries it to the corner. Turned a shot on net. You can almost count that one, but no, what a save.
Boy, he really had to battle through to see that screenshot.
Jabbed away by Marchand. Now it's directed to McKenzie. Gains the zone. Poke checked away by Elliott. Corralled by McKenzie. Decides he wants the corner. Takes it from the boards and looks on. Perfect tip by the stick. Not through. Wants to get something regenerated, but from his own end of the ice. Gets in, and he'll look over his options. Victoriaville's up the wing, settling things. Terrific determination by Moy. Terrific interception. And in flight over the line. Good solid defensive play there. Shoots one. Nicely patted away. Good work with the stick. Snapping a pass to Moy. Terrific determination by McKenzie. Carried through the neutral zone right up the middle.
1 minute left in the second period.
The drama heightens in this final minute of the second period. Passing one off now to Jackman. Nice stand-up poke check there. Long pass up the middle to Tavares. And he is shooting. That hits somebody. 40 minutes have been played here and still more to go. A well-deserved rest is at hand.
Hey fans, don't forget our 50-50 draws coming up in the middle of the third period. Get your tickets now. That pot continues to grow.
Two teams have played hard through two, and we begin period 3. Drill! Can't get it on net. Score! Off a skate and in. Tavares has another face-off win. Good night for him. Corral keeps it going behind the goalie. Puck loose. Good defensive play. Victoriaville's got possession in neutral ice. Lets it go. A terrific shot, but it's answered by the pad. Carries it up the side. Corralled it again. That's a free puck thanks to the play by Irwin. Forcing the goalie to crane left and then right. Looks from the corner. Gathered in by Jackman. The Vandals have control of the puck in their own end. Looking for options up the wing. To McKenzie. Shoots one. Give that goalie credit for another. Puck covered, whistle blown. Over 5 minutes off the clock in the third. Rapid City's advantage in this game has just been enhanced. It's a pair of goals. Pitching it to Moy. Fires. Terrific chance, but again wide.
You have chances like that, you really feel like you let your teammates down.
Good try there. That's a marvelous save.
A missed opportunity from this close in.
Oh, good work on the hit. And the puck is seized by Elliott. The Vandals waiting back in their own end. Possession now on the pickup by Marchand. Chidlitsky's got 2 minutes for interference. Rapid City's power play gets another chance to operate. Hasn't been effective yet. Good face-off win. Turned right away with the poke check by Moy.
8 minutes, 16 seconds.
Wanting to generate something up the wing. on his stick. Good defensive work there. The Vandals have possession through the neutral zone. Pointed to Irwin. Didn't get through. Marchand's got it in the defensive zone, headed to center. Cleared back down for an icing. The Vandals win it. Puck free. Moving it to Tavares. Into the end of attack. Karen pass to Tavares. Oh, I'll bet they had his number before the game. They've sure hit it. The Vandals with a big penalty kill. We're back at full strength. To McKenzie. Marches on a cross. Laid on to Marchand. They score! 3 straight goals.
That slap shot had some steam on it.
Rapid City's goal has staked them to an even larger lead on a night that they have had the offense going. Third period of play.
Assisted by number 20 and by number 24.
Nabbed by Irwin.
11 minutes, 38 seconds.
Puck controlled by Elliott. Trying to go to Zhidlitsky. Lets it go. And a save there. Puck is thrown to Alexei. Directing that one to Marchand. Oh, great cut. Pitching this one to Jackman. To Zhidlitsky. Rapid City setting things up in the defensive zone. Pass attempt to Marchand. And the loose puck regathered by Elliott. Skate kick out of the scrum. Looking to Jackman. Gains the zone. Slides it to the point to Irwin. Terrific opportunity, but it's off the mark.
The Vandals have generated a lot this game, but they still trail late.
Makes that play deep. A shot. Got a piece of that one. Loose puck captured by Marchand. Able to attack now. One-timer. Terrific save there. Didn't look like he had anything to shoot at, and he made it tough.
You want to score goals, you have to go to this area. You got to find a way to put it in the net.
Off a body. The puck is scooped up by Miller. Right in that catching glove. Good work. To Tavares.
Tavares is a popular guy when he's on the ice. His teammate...
Big pad save. Oh, he'll pay for that, and it is payback for that.
You got a couple of big humans scrapping there.
And this fight on that punch has ended.
That's gotta hurt. What a way to leave your mark.
The home team just rolling right over top of the visitors. The crowd is all over them right now.
Good evening, everyone. With Ray Ferraro downstairs and Eddie Olczyk upstairs with me, I'm Mike Emery. The teams have taken to the ice, and it's setting up to be a terrific matchup. We have begun our contest. That puck is loose. No luck getting through that time. It's probably noisy at the bench, but Ray can hear us. You're on, man.
Well, Doc, you can't separate the fact that you have to compete both on and off the puck if you're going to have a chance to win. If you're not willing to play the game physically, you're going to get run over eventually.
Okay, Ray, keep listening down there. Couldn't get through there. Looking to Tavares. Nicely into the zone. Picked up by Irwin. He'd given a pass, now he gets one. Oh, did he ever get mashed?
You want to be into a game, hit or be hit.
Outstanding save with a glove.
Goalie gave him the glove side, and he took it away. What a stop.
Gathered in by McKenzie. Great job on a cut pass. Had the goalie beat and glanced it off the post. Moving it to Zhidlitsky. From the outside. Goaltender pass. Brought ahead. Rapid City's in their own end and has possession. Trying to go to Elliott. Passing one off now to Zhidlitsky. Wanting to generate something up the wing. Possession gained by McKenzie. Fleury's going to be boxed for 2 minutes, and the call is interference. And so begins power play number 1. Let's see if it's power play goal number 1.
The key to their power play is to support all over the ice.
You got it, Eddie. Let's see. The power play is just about to begin. And he takes the heat off by clearing. Shoots! Wonderful save. What a skill level there.
With this puck being so close to net, this is all a reactionary save.
Up the wing, moving along. Chip to Zhidlitsky. Gets in, and he'll look over his options. Gathered up again by Marchand. Lugged out of the defensive zone. And the possession taken by Moy. He's in! Wonderful save! Long lead pass to Elliott. Rapid City's done a wonderful job of penalty killing, and so we're back even. Good reach there. Loose puck, it went off one of the guys. That puck's loose, deflected away by Irwin. He's in on an onside play. Tipped by the stick, that's just good fundamental defense. Pass attempt to Moy. Up the wing skating with it now. Got in the way of that one. Swatted away by Marchand. Slid to Zhidlitsky. Picks it up in his own end. That rush is broken. Victoriaville's carrying on along the boards. Moves up the side with it now. Puck is thrown to Fleury. Back near the blue line to Marchand. Oh, a save. That shot came from just 6 inches.
You talk about cutting down the angle. Perfectly executed by the goaltender.
I don't know how the shooter can do much more than that. The goaltender made an excellent save on a great bid for goal.
A little under 6 minutes to go here in the first. Still knotted at zeros. They win the draw. Napped by McKenzie. Snapped up by Moy. And that one shot down the ice, and it will be an icing. Good face-off win. Backhander to the net, and another strong save. Pitching it to Zhidlitsky. Smart recovery by Alexei. Now it's directed to Tavares. Alexei's tripped up. That should be a penalty. And so now a penalty will be handed out. Victoriaville's given a minor here for tripping. There's always a start to your power play night, and this is number 1. Rapid City's got it. What is blocked? Skilled play by Irwin. Kicked out of the scrum. Stays onside to the middle. And the puck is grabbed by Irwin. Scrum over, puck kicked. Scooped up. Slides it to the point to Marchand. Nearing the 20th minute of this period. Looks from the corner. Jabbed away by Irwin. Able to take the pressure off by clearing it back out. And possession snapped up by Alexi. The Vandals have killed it off. Into the end of attack. Flings it, and it's driven away. A shot, grabbed.
Now that's a quick glove.
Good clean win. Outstanding save. Oh, great chance.
You got to battle through a screenplay.
The first 20 minutes are over, and so all of us get a break here before the start of the second period. There have been no goals since the warm-up. Nothing here in the second. Propelled to Moy. Nice standing poke check by Moy. Possession seized by Moy. Snapping a pass to Zhidlitsky. That hits somebody. Rapid City's in their own end and controlling the play. Nice poke check by Moy. On to Marchand. Up the wing with it now. Offside stops the clock. And they've won the neutral zone face-off. Directing that one to Fleury. Skill play by Elliott. Knocked right off the stick. Loose puck due to the play by Elliott. Pitching this one to Moy. And he is reefed.
Oh, he's been looking for that hit all night.
One team is going to be short from this. Let's see what the call is. Marchand's headed to the penalty box. A minor for tripping. Victoriaville's got another win. Flexed out that pad and got it. They shot it back down. Now they can get ready for another rush. Victoriaville's controlling the play in their own end. It's an onside play. That one blocked. Good job of clearing. Just wide of the net. Wanting to generate something here in the defensive zone. Taken away. Possession now on the pickup by Elliott. The Vandals lug that along through center ice. Oh, what a mean hit that one was. That's probably going to bring an answer.
Routine stop for the goaltender. The shooter's going to have to do a much better job challenging him.
Might be something coming up here.
He has been looking for this for a while.
And they take that neutral zone face-off. Gains the blue line. Puck collected by McKenzie. Oh, wonderful play. Shoots one. Guarded the goal again. The scrum continues at the glass. Gathered in by Jackman. Carried out of his own end towards center ice. Looking to Jackman. Can he generate something? Nicely into the zone. A good deke there. Skate kick out of the scrum. Napped by Moy. Carried through center ice by Elliott. Good place to shoot from, and he does. Gets a little drop off from the goalie here. Moving it to Moy. Flings it. Turned aside. Trying to go to Tavares. Solid work defensively by Moy. That puck's loose, mishandled. Rapid City's in their own end and carrying it on. Gets in. What'll he do? Wrist shot. Oh, what a save. He brought his best shot, and it got stopped. And the puck taken over by Marchand. Denied by the defense. Puck loose. Out of their own end, skating with it now. Nice poke check by Moy. To Tavares. He had the goalie beat and hit the iron. The Vandals have gotten out of their own end. Passing one off now to Moy. Rapid City's in control of the puck up the wing. And that pass leaves the zone. And so out they go to regroup. To Marchand. They battle on up the wing. Good job with the stick. And the loose puck regathered by Irwin. Pass attempt to Moy. Puck is thrown to Moy. On the outside, a shot. Laid on to Moy. Chip to Zhidlitsky. Nice job, straight stand-up poke check. 2 periods have been played. They've worked pretty hard at it, and they get a well-deserved rest. 3rd period coming up shortly.
Be sure to attend our Auto and Light Truck Show next weekend and get a sneak peek at next year's models.
Nichols posted this remarkable save in the period, and that's held his team into a close game as they all get a rest. And so do we. Back in a moment. Well, on the heels of that, it looks like we might have some war here.
Well, when you act like that, you better be ready to defend yourself.
3rd period has started, and we're still looking for the first goal. Gathered in by Fleury. Nice work by Elliott. Victoriaville's in their own end and in control of the puck. Terrific interception. Taken on by McKenzie. Solid work there by Marchand. Possession taken up by Alexei. He hit the crossbar. Taken over again. Cleared back down for an icing. Just over 3 minutes of sweat and anger here in the 3rd. Still scoreless. Just missed the net.
I know what he's trying to do there, Doc, but you gotta hit the net in this situation.
Gets across, looks over his options. Great job slipping on by. Will turn back into his own end and look over his options. Puck fired down, decision made. Defenders first, icing. Good reach there. Lets a shot go. Outstanding save made off a terrific chance. Hanging on to it up the wing. And he iced the puck. Jackman's pickpocketed again. Pitching it to Fleury. Two sticks together, it goes to the offense. Moved along and in. Wonderful save. Tavares is looking towards center ice, hoping to make a play from his own end. Caught the crossbar with the shot. Shooting. Slid to Zhidlitsky. Now it's directed to Elliott. Up the wing still with possession. Terrific determination by Alexei. Behind the net. Shoots one. Got a piece of it with the glove. He covers, and a face-off will follow. All right, now there's some misbehavior. I don't know if we're going to have to fill the penalty sheet here.
Well, I hope so, Doc, because this game needs this jolt.
The puck is fielded now by Jackman. Lets it go. Lets it go. Snapping a pass to Fleury. Directing that one to Tavares. Strong wrist shot. Save. Oh, the pass just didn't work. Pitching this one to Moy. Gains the zone. Dangles. Outstanding save with a pad. Many yards gained to Elliott. Shoots it on. And another one that's off the glove. To Tavares. Pointed to Alexei. Puts one on. Keeps it going back behind the net. Outstanding save. Difficult opportunity.
Terrific stop from right in front of the net, but you got to find a way to put the puck in the net.
They win it. Scorches one. Rapid City's controlling play through center. Looking to Marchand. Back near the blue line to McKenzie. You could almost count that one, but no. They win the draw. Let's see if it pays off. Tied up on the boards. And the loose puck gathered in by McKenzie. To Fleury. And it's turned aside. Held there for a face-off coming. Up next. They won it. Now what can they do? No luck.
See if the momentum turns after that missed opportunity late in the game.
A shot off his pad. Rapid City's moving the puck in their own end. Looking to headman up the wing. Moving it to Alexei. And possession now on the pickup by Irwin. Final minute of play. We're tied, just like they started. We are in the last minute of play, and we're almost ashamed to say it's over. Hopefully it's not. Trying to go to McKenzie. Pinned up against the glass right now. Through the corner. Scooped up by McKenzie. Didn't miss by much. That play went offside. Marchand's annoyed. Might be something here.
He's had this look in his eyes all night long.
Rapid City's got it off the draw at center. propelled to Zhidlitsky. Off his glove! Through center ice, pressing on with it. Slides it to the point to McKenzie. On to Irwin. Poke checked away by McKenzie. The game is knotted up as we're headed to overtime.
You want the assurance of knowing you have a ticket to all the big games? Then grab our season ticket. Guarantee your seat for the upcoming playoffs.
One last terrific save that forces overtime. And there it was. Overtime begins in a moment. We have begun sudden death overtime. There will be someone here who can end this. The scrum to the plexiglass. The Vandals lug that along in the defensive zone. Laid on to Moy. Gathered up by Alexei.
red circle with a thick, fat marker. The fans are pumped and the players are ready to rock. Let's get it on.
Wow, what a glove save!
Well, if you're a shooter, you don't want to see the goaltender flash his glove like that.
And we're happy to have Ray Ferraro. Well, on the heels of that, it looks like we might have some war here.
Well, when you act like that, you better be ready to defend yourself.
To Thompson. Onside. Gets it in a good place. Hammers one. They score. It didn't take long, and things get quiet.
Well, I know that shot was really hard, Doc, but where he put it was more impressive to me.
The speed of this is too much for the goalie, Eddie. He's in position. He just can't catch up to it.
Zhidlitsky's annoyed. Might be something here.
He's had this look in his eyes all night long.
And they've won the neutral zone faceoff. Looking to Zhidlitsky. And drops on back and waits for help. The Vandals with possession up the wing. That's turned aside. Ripper! A terrific shot block. Directing that one to Elliott. Passing one off now to Lemieux. Chip to Backus. Victoriaville's carrying on in the defensive zone. Boy, what reaction. He's got it again. Good work by Elliott. Great job on a cut pass.
Victoriaville's forced another turnover in this very close game.
Pitching this one to Lemieux. And now it's directed to Marchand. Could this be icing? And it will be, based on the defense arriving first. Whoa, now in the code, that means there might be something going on here. At least one guy's hot.
This is not the first time we've seen this in this game.
The Vandals win that faceoff. And gathered in by Marchand. Pass cut, might go the other way now. Nicely into the zone. Shoots one, missed the net.
He hammered that puck and just went over the net.
Pitching it to Lemieux. Pass cut. Victoriaville's in possession now as they move up the wing. Carried from the defensive zone. That's a good solid hit. He'll feel that one.
That's why coaches tell you at every level, you gotta have your head up.
Zips! And possession has changed. Brilliant move on that pass. And another strong save. Seeks the corner. Snapping a pass to Marchand. Victoriaville's getting an attack ready in their own end. Moving it to Zhidlitsky. Oh, an error on that pass. Good chance here. Breakaway! Score! And the game is even.
Marchand's quick read of the play allowed him to get that breakaway and score.
His technique is good. The butterfly is really solid. He just gets beaten with a better shot here.
It's a face-off win. May not seem important in that territory, but they have possession. Lets it go. Ooh, he got in the way of that one. Defender held his ground. The puck is loose. Gains the zone and looks over his options. Save! Puck is thrown to Marchand. Pointed to Lemieux. Lugged ahead from the defensive zone. Poke checked away by Elliott. Laid on to Moy. Knocked it away with the stick. Trying to go to Andrews. And that's icing. Just a bit over 4 minutes. Might be something coming up here.
He has been looking for this for a while.
Rapid City shifting gears as they travel through center ice. draw the tie-up, and his team prevails. Pass attempt to Marchand. Propelled to Stevens. Rapid City's in their own end, carrying it on. Brought ahead towards center. Looking to Marchand. Taken over again. Intercepted pass. The clock has bled down to the last minute.
In the first period.
Victoriaville setting things up at center. Gathered up by Stevens. Directing that one to Moy. Good stick presence by Lemieux. Tie score, second period underway. He's got it. Passing one off now to Zhidlitsky. Pitching this one to Moy. Moved along and in. Rapid City setting things up in center. Got a free puck now. Corralled by Irwin. Taken away. On to Marchand. Wow, look at him. He's got a long way to go. Does he have enough gas? Oh, what a terrific save in close.
You want to score goals, you have to go to this area.
Off the face-off, he ties his man up, and so the puck goes to his team. Now it's directed to Thompson. Nichols at the bench. Delayed penalty continues. That puck's loose, defended away by Marchand. Referee over to the penalty box, and let's find out. Rapid City's got a minor penalty here for interference.
You cannot stop his progress in this particular play. You have to allow him the ability to be able to move up the ice. Interference.
There's always a start to your power play night, and this is number one.
Penalty to number 16.
Good face-off win.
Interference. Time of the penalty, 5 minutes, 10 seconds.
Pitching it to Moy. Oh, and he's hammered.
Oh, he's been looking for that hit all night.
Hammered. Turned aside. Nichols got the whistle and a rest.
Routine stop for the goaltender. The shooter's going to have to do a much better job challenging him.
Grabbed, the two centermen tied up, but there was a good reach there. Gains the blue line. Lets it go. Hangs on to that one, and he'll see a face-off right near it.
I don't know if he's going to make a save much easier than that one. He's in good position. It's a rather routine stop.
Clean win on the draw. Slides it to the point to Zhidlitsky. Right near the goal stripe to Thompson. Slid to Moy. Sacrificial play on that block shot. Rapid City's done it. Back at full strength. Hangs onto it. Pressure mounting here. Punched away. Oh, a save there.
Well, there's a little bit of a luck involved there. The goalie was screened on the play. He couldn't see it, but he stopped it.
Picked up by the defense. Snapping a pass to Lemieux. Good intercept. Up the wing and moving well. Goaltender comes out and he's got the puck on that big blade. Fantastic shutdown. Takes a shot. Outstanding glove save. We have passed halfway through the second. 2 goals so far, divided in half. The Vandals prevail again. All a part of generating an offense. Little pass off from the goal. Moving it to Marchand. He's alone. Score! He's got his second.
Marchand's foot speed created that breakaway chance, and he scored.
Nichols not able to catch up to this shot. Ed's a really good delivery of the puck. He thinks he's in good position, but it beats him pretty cleanly.
We have a winner. Mashed in. Puck settled down by Moy. Scooped up by Stevens. Victoriaville's controlling play through center. Fires. That one blocked. Carried out of his own end towards center ice. Rapid City's continuing to probe up the wing. Terrific determination by Moy. 2 sticks together, they cancel. Gets in and he'll look over his options. Puck is thrown to Irwin. Rapid City's carrying on up the wing. Picked up in the attacking zone. Oh, great cut! Up the wing, making some headway. Shoots. Can't get it on net. Corralled by Irwin. Tripped up on the play, and there will be a penalty. Trying to go to Marchand. Victoriaville sent to the box for 2 minutes. It's tripping. And so begins power play number 1. Let's see if it's power play goal number 1. That puck is free. Went off somebody. Nicely into the zone. It's a point hammer shot. Right in that score. What an impressive goal shorthanded.
Moy's had some chances in this game. He finally scores on the backhand.
A bad read by the defensive player, Eddie, helps the shooter out on this play. Once he gets beaten, there's no one between him and the goaltender, and the goalie just can't do anything about it.
The Vandals have gotten this game tied. Can they break it before the end of this second period? And that's a face-off win. He's in on an onside play. So on this power play, they will resume from their own end of the ice. Pass attempt to Elliott. And snap to Backus. Wristed one. Victoriaville's on the move up the wing. Players tired, about to get a rest as we go late into the second period. The Vandals have killed it off. Chip to Zhidlitsky. He covers and holds on. Defensive zone win. A giveaway. Looking to Backus. That pass is cut. Directing that one to Thompson. From the outside. 40 minutes have been played here and still more to go. A well-deserved rest is at hand.
Hey fans, a portion of tonight's proceeds will fund the Children's Playroom at City Hospital. providing a safe, fun environment for kids visiting.
Moy's goal is the one that has tied this game. We are at the end of the period. Both teams have found the back of the net, but it's even. Underway here in the third. Great save!
After that outstanding stop, that's got to give his team a big lift.
Skill play by Elliott. Passing one off now to Lemieux. Good job with the stick. Grabbed by Stevens. Pitching this one to Zhidlitsky. Into the end of attack. Flings it. They can't find the target. Oh, bad giveaway there. Possession seized by Irwin. Gathered up again by Elliott. Good defensive play. Loose puck, though. To Irwin. Pressing on with it up the wing. Terrific interception. Can't get by. Turned it over. Wanting to generate something up the wing. Now it's directed to Elliott. Pass cut. Victoriaville's lugging it along in neutral ice. Lightning-like reflexes there. Great glove save. Loose puck knocked away by Elliott. Pitching it to Irwin. Good quick poke check there. Gathered up again by Irwin. The puck is scooped up by Elliott. Laid on to Lemieux. Snapping a pass to Andrews. Oh, wonderful play. And on the icing, play is stopped, and all the way back it will come for a face-off.
Oh, guys, man, he's looking for play of the day material on this, but it wasn't that difficult to glove stomp.
A little over 8 minutes have been played. Both teams have connected twice. They win it. Good jab with the stick there. Victoriaville's in control as they travel up the wing. Good intercept. And the puck is scooped up by Lemieux. Moving it to Marchand. To Andrews. Jabbed away by Moy. Propelled to Zhidlitsky. Play is stopped, and now we'll hear the call. Rapid City's been assessed a minor penalty. 2 minutes, and the call is tripping. Victoriaville's power play gets another chance to operate. Hasn't been effective yet. Steered ahead by Elliott. Puck is seized by Stevens. The Vandals are skating it back in their own end. Gets in. What'll he do? And a save. He's held up there. Puck is thrown to Marchand. That's the way to make him pay.
Almost out of nowhere, the defender steps into him. That hurts.
On the outside, a shot. Big pad save. Gilroy's got it on his stick, trying to get it out of there. Victoriaville's in their own end, continuing on. He could start some danger here. Speared along by Moy. Victoriaville's carrying it in their own zone. gains the zone. Shoots a wrister. Oh, and the pass wouldn't go. Good poke check by Elliott. Lugged along the line. Rapid City's lugging it along in their own end. Puck loose, couldn't get through. On to Irwin. Into the attacking end. Shot, he scores! It's a hat trick! And here they come flying out of the stands. Rapid City's broken the tie here in the third period. Let's see what happens before time expires. And they take that neutral zone face-off. Pushing it on up the wing. Trying to go to Marchand. Victoriaville's got it back in their own zone. With a blast! Oh, what a club he's got there. Slid to Lemieux. Chip to Marchand. Shoots one. Terrific glove save. Chidlitsky's looking to make a play from his own end towards center. Laid on to Moy. No!
Victoriaville's had the better of the play, looking to get back in this game.
That's a great save. Hammers one. Had the goalie beat and glanced it off the post. Good try there. The Vandals have it in their own end. Pass attempt to Moy. Lets a shot go. Looking to Marchand. Directing that one to Elliott. Offside stops the clock. We go down to the benches. It's Ray Ferraro.
Marchand's had an almost perfect night. Prominent since the puck has been dropped the very first time. 3 goals in any night means you've had an almost perfect game.
Thanks, Ray. Yeah, he has been remarkable in this game tonight. Fun to watch. Centermen practice this so many times at the end of their game day workouts. And here comes the biggest one, perhaps, of the whole season. Superb defensive play by Stevens. Shoots! Score! That puts his team up by a pair.
Cover more of the net.
Scored by number 16.
Passing one off now to Lemieux. Couldn't get through there.
19 minutes, 47 seconds.
Good standing poke check. And so the gloves will come off.
This is one of the ways to show your coaches you're involved.
Ends this one, and the Star is stunned.
I think his teammates were stunned, Doc, because he was involved in that fight.
Rapid City's got a little bit of...
All right, now there's some misbehavior. I don't know if we're going to have to fill the penalty sheet here.
Well, I hope so, Doc, because this game needs this jolt.
Orange Sounds, game over. Victoriaville's taking a defeat on a night that was certainly strange.
Some positives to take from this game with all of the shots on goal. They can use this for their next game.
Bye.